And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another broadcast here on the CranKy Ducklings. I'm of course just VIP with him, joined by these amazing players, by the people in chats, and by the plushies as well. Welcome one and all to a catch-up DreamHack Dallas 2025 stream. For those that were here last month, you would know that we were here. We were live casting the event, casting DreamHack Dallas day 1, day 2, and day 3. We were one of the side streams, and we even did co-stream the final day as well. We were all over DreamHack Dallas, but for those that are aware, there were a bunch of matches that were never casted. There were a bunch of matches that were either never casted or only casted halfway through in the group stage. The group stage, there were just so many matches happening at once. It was so chaotic, and we did our best to cover some of the matches, of course, the mainstream as well, but there are some matches that go by uncovered, so we're here to catch up on those matches. Let's go. Let us go. But we only have access to the qualifying matches, bear that in mind. So we're going to be going through the qualifying matches themselves, and likewise we have quite a lineup ahead of us. Let's go, Piper, let's go. Again, we're going to be covering most of them today and then the rest of them tomorrow as well. So it's going to be a 2-day cast here today and tomorrow. Here we have 4 best ofs, and the reason why it's only 4 is because these are best of 5s, not best of 3s. But here we go. We have 4 best of 5s. We have Maru versus Showtime. Loser goes up against Shin for another chance to qualify into the playoffs. We then have herO versus Reynor and Clem versus Classic. So a nice mix of players here, and again, purely best of 5s. And I'm really excited to cover some of these because there were a lot of these matches that we didn't get to catch at the time, obviously because we were doing our own casting. And I was really curious as to what unfolded in a lot of these matches, specifically for Maru versus Showtime and for herO versus Reynor. But we'll get into it. We'll get into it here, as our first matchup is going to be that TVP between Maru and Showtime. Let's go. Let's go. Best of 5 game 1 is going to be on Maganatha. And again, these are all going to be group stage matches, all from the group stage, all qualifying matches as well to make it into those playoffs, into the top 8. And here we go. We are jumping into game number 1. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels. It is Showtime. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Maru. Here we go. And the big question that I had coming into the group stage and coming into the playoffs from the side of Maru was, will he macro? If you've been watching GSL Season 1, GSL Season 2, and even DreamHack Dallas as well, you know that Maru, he was doing nothing but cheese, nothing but all-ins, nothing but aggression, to some success and to also some failings as well throughout those 3 tournaments. And I was very curious to see how that would fare against Showtime. Showtime, of course, known as the Mao, known as the Wall, known as one of the more defensive players out there. I was curious to see how they would compare to each other. I think herO showed us a lot of different approaches to TVP and showed us a lot of different defensive prowess as well. Again, I highly recommend watching herO versus Cure in the GSL Season 1 finals for a plethora of more defensive builds. And since then, we have seen the meta shift quite a bit, just because Protoss players have been getting better and better at defending and playing safe against some of these builds, against a lot of the Korean Terrans specifically, and even non-Korean Terrans alike. So we'll see how things open up. So far, economic opener. Okay, economic start out of Maru, going for a expand makes sense here on Maganatha. If there were to be a map to be greedy and to cut corners on, this would be it. Again, welcome to Maganatha, the largest map in the map pool, largest map, longest rush distance by ground as well. So we do favor at least more economic starts, and we'll see where that leads us. So far, so good. Likewise on the side of Showtime, we have seen some players open up Stargate here on Maganatha. It is still risky to go Stargate. We have seen, even though the map is quite large, all-ins are still very prevalent regardless of size of the map. So we'll see if we go for the Stargate. Otherwise, we could end up just going for a standard opener. If we wanted to be extra safe, we could go for a Robo opener as well. So Robo, Stargate, Twilight Council, all are on the table, all are viable. All are viable in their own way. Meanwhile, it's going to be Rax, Detect Lab, and add-on swap into early Cyclone. This is a bit of a safer start. It does mean that if Showtime were to move out with an early Adept and Adept Stalker Aggression to harass the base, to harass the natural, the Cyclone will be out in time to defend, to deflect, and to protect that natural. And we can see it's going to be Stalker Sentry, not Adept. So sentries on the way for that hallucinated scout. Take the Cyclone as well to protect the natural base. Everything so far looking as it should. Getting to our 1-1-1, and we have our take of choice at Twilight Council out of Showtime. So it's going for a blink-based opener. Now we're looking to see how many gateways get thrown down. It is tempting to go 2-gate blink here on Maganatha, 2-gate blink into a third. That would be a very greedy approach here from the start of Showtime. We'll see if he goes for it. So far, he's on a 2-gateway setup. There we go. 3-gate blink is going for a safe opener, even with the wall here at the natural as well. Hallucination comes in, gets eyes on the initial Cyclone. Does also confirm the reactor on the way in the racks, not a tech lab. So no crazy add-on swap. Medevac is on the way, going for a drop. Oh, meanwhile, I assumed it was going to be blink. Never mind, a charge opener instead. This is an interesting approach and not an orthodox one either. You can take this a couple different ways. We do have a safety shield battery here at the natural. Third base going to be taken. Charge is an ideal opener if you believe you're being all-in, specifically a tank-based all-in. Like a tank-based all-in on 2 bases will run into charges and will be obliterated by that as well. So you can make that argument. Otherwise, we could see this turn into an all-in, but Showtime is expanding and most likely is going to be building up. I don't really see Showtime going for the all-in here, so interesting approach here from Showtime. This actually is going to make it more difficult to keep up with drop play just because there's no blink, right? There's no blink. There's going to be limited stalkers. So yeah, we'll see how he does handle this. The drop is making its way towards the main, and likewise we have a Banshee and tank follow-up. We're going for a 2-base push. All right, we are setting up. We're moving out. What am I jumping to the main? Boys are being pulled. Oh, the shots are going off. Oh no! Shots will connect. So far, no major damage. One probe goes down. Thankfully, only one, as the other Widowmine does escape, does get away. Whew. Okay, could have been so much worse. But one probe goes down, and again, we're just building up. We're building up more tanks and more Banshees. We will soon move out on 2 bases. And we'll see how the charge also able to engage. You have the Forge follow-up to get into +1. Ooh, charge opener into the Bay, into Colossus production. So we're staying on a very low gateway count. And here comes the all-in, by the way. Here comes the all-in. Showtime is taking. Showtime sees nothing. He sees nothing. He knows nothing. He only has a handful of Zealots. Again, Zealots are not the most efficient unit right now. And they would be if we had a mass amount of them with extra gateways. But he doesn't know. Yeah, he doesn't know. Zealots do charge in. Nice kiting here from Maru. Takes down the Zealots one after the other. Tank boys here on the sentry. And this is all that's left. 2 Stalkers. And again, it was just so greedy, taking up into the Bay, taking up in towards Colossus, taking up into, I mean, the Immortal would have been fine if he started immediately. That's a delayed Immortal. He was trying to skip it. And the third goes down. The third goes down. And this is all that Maru wants. At the same time, mine drop into the main. Oh. Doesn't get wasted. Will delay mining. The mining's delayed a little bit further. 1 probe goes down. May not be moving in. And again, only 3 Zealots. Like, again, it's only 3 gateways. The Immortal does arrive, but Maru's just going in. Yeah, he's just pushing in. Again, it's just the 2-base all-in. And again, Showtime, he never saw it. He didn't see it coming. He thought he was safe to tech, to macro, to build a base, to make probes. What happened? He was caught with his pants down. Pappy GG gets called, and Maru will overwhelm. Maru takes game number 1. Ooh, GG. Maru does take the game and does take a lead. And again, we'll see if Showtime is going to be a little bit more adept at scouting. As we mentioned, based on what we've seen from Maru in the lead up here to DreamHack, he was hyper aggressive and hyper all-in, which is why I was excited to see how Showtime will approach that. But a lot of it also will come down to scouting and having the awareness that, of course, Maru is going to commit. We saw that Maru, he went across the map completely unscouted. Showtime had no idea what was coming his way. He had no spotter units. He had no backup hallucination to scout the move out or observer or anything in position to get eyes on Maru. With that, GG. With that, GG, well played. With that, Maru takes the lead. Now we're jumping into game number 2. We'll see if Showtime can survive Maru here, because game 2 is going to be on Pylon. Pylon is notorious for all-ins. Oh boy. It is notorious for it. And we are going in. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is showtime. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Maru. And welcome to Pylon. Pylon has a shorter rush distance by ground compared to Maganatha, of course. Likewise, has a much more direct rush distance. The bases are more exposed, the bases are more vulnerable, and as a result, we see a lot of all-ins on this map. And I would hope to see Showtime be a little bit safer here. I was talking earlier about his charge-based opener and how that can almost hard counter some of these all-ins, and they can if you commit to warp-ins. If you commit to warp-ins, if you double down, if you mass up zealots, if you try to get a hard read of an all-in that's coming. But as we saw, Showtime was in the dark. He didn't know what was happening, and instead he was skipping warp-ins. He was taking up into a bay, into forge, into +1. He was getting his third base, saturating, like he was building up towards a longer game, blindly, so wasn't really aware as to what Maru was up to. After game 1, I would imagine that will change. Likewise, especially on a map like Pylon as well. But now double gas opener out of Maru. With this, he's going for a more tech heavy start. He can go for the faster factory, into faster starport, into faster cloak banshee as well. He's got options. Does have options. I think a little bit will just come down to Showtime and whether or not he's able to get a read on what is happening. So I should always see anything coming. Well, it's one of those things where Showtime was just, it seems like he was just making an assumption. In the last game, because we were loading into Maganatha, Maganatha is a large map, right? It is the largest map in the map pool, so I think just making some assumptions as to what was going on, as to what was happening. Just assume like, oh no, he's not going to all in on Maganatha. The answer is yes, he will. But I think it's just assumptions made getting into the first game. But now we're on notice. It's like, Papi, you think Maru's ever gonna expand? No. not at all. There you go, Twilight Council opener out of Showtime. We're assuming this is gonna be Blink, or, I mean, again, it could be Charge again, and a little bit more committed, devoted into Charge. We'll keep an eye on Showtime. Scrolling across the map, Maru, he does go for his own 1-1-1. Once again, we have the faster Cyclone production underway. And we'll see if this leads into sort of the mine drop, or if this leads into something else, more tech heavy, more committed, more devoted. Eyes on Maru. First hallucination moves out. Oh, the Cyclone lock-on is brutal though, gets a lot of damage done. Hallucination does rotate once again, another charge-based opener. I'm getting deja vu. We do see Maru rotating over, does keep up with the hallucination, and he will deny the scout. Ooh, what did Showtime see? Nothing. Oh god. Now we can see it's just a standard follow-up here. Cyclone into mine drop. So nothing crazy, nothing really too sinister here, but now we have to spend another hallucination to confirm that nothing is happening. So that's going to be the second hallucination moving in. Behind this, again, is going to be 3 gates into charge. Robo's on the way for Showtime. Hallucination will confirm the add-ons here. Does confirm the second tech lab. Okay. And it's the same build. So far, this does look like the same build here. Now, what is scary, especially on Pylon, you can see a 2-base all-in. You can scout a 2-base all-in. That doesn't mean you can stop it. I'll be honest. Like, again, 2-base all-ins, they hit harder on Pylon. And so far, Showtime, he's gotten an idea of what's happening. He does see that second tech lab. Ooh, this time, I said same build. No Banshee. Raven. Does open up Raven, not with Banshee play, so he's going to be harassing. He's not going to be as dedicated this time. Meanwhile, drop into the main. Boys are being pulled away. So far, just mining time. Oh, yeah, does lie a lot of mining time. There we go. One probe goes down. Ooh, mine is not saved. Does save the other. And we just see Showtime going for the same response. What do we see here? So 2-base opener, 3-gate charge into what? Into a bay. Into, I believe I saw a forge. No, if I'm not crazy. Yes, into the Forge. So +1 into Colossal production. But this time he's staying on 2 bases as the Mind Drop comes back in. Oh my god, Jesus. Does come back in. Behind this Maru, he is gearing up. The Raven, I believe, is out. It's going to be harassing across the map. Once again, just trying to keep attention elsewhere. Does scout, does confirm there is no expansion. And again, this time Showtime is going for a Colossal production before expanding. So very safe play here by Showtime. So the opener was similar to last game, except again, as we mentioned, this time he will delay the expansion. This time Colossal production has already begun. Remember, last game, the game ended before anything came out from the Robo, or just as their first Immortal popped. So much safer play. The Observer is outside of the base. We got 2 Observers each. Jesus. This time there's 2 Observers. 1 in the main, 1 in the natural. Confirming everything that's going on. And we are waiting to see extra Raxes thrown down. There we go. Ooh, as Maru, he's hunting down the Observers. Yeah, you can see the Observers, they're forced back. Here comes the move out. And we can pull the boys with this. As so far, he's going to be hitting with Stim. So Stim is on the way, he's got a couple of Vikings on the way as well. Remember, he did scout, he is aware that Colossus are on the way because of the later expansion. So Vikings will be a factor. Oh. And Maru, do we expand here? He didn't throw down 2 more Raxes. He can build up the money for it. Nah, no shot. Like, the timing here is too good. Yeah, no shot. I say that, never mind. Yeah, he's got the money for it. There we go, 3rd base behind this. Okay. He does still move out. Remember, this is hitting with Stim, combat shields, and +1. +1 is on the way. Oh, he does hunt down the Observer. Showtime keeping up. Ooh, Maru trying to catch him out. Tanks through siege. Ooh, gets a volley off. Yeah, it does get a volley off. Sentry is already bruised up. Maru, he rotates over towards the 3rd. But again, the Colossus is off for the most part, keeping up on top of the ramp. Showtime is holding. Does force field. Oh my god, the lock on. Jesus. Yeah, so here we go. Does try to commit. Nice force fields here out of Showtime. Ooh, but the first Colossus does go down. Vikings, they just bully back the Colossus. Yeah, they do bully him back. Maru forcing his way up the ramp. Force fields are now running out, and Maru, he's not stopping. And he can wedge himself in between the bases. And you can see how brutal this position is here on Pylon. Now Showtime is just cut off from his 3rd. Yeah, he has to evacuate. He has to abandon the base. And there's no saving it. Like, he just cannot save this expansion. He cannot push this siege line of 4 tanks. Yeah, there's 4 tanks. There's Vikings. There's Bio as well. Showtime, he has to try to break out. The base is falling. And he commits. Does keep it in. Maru a little bit late to respond. A little bit later to respond. Takes care of all the Zealots. Takes care of both Colossus. 1 Colossus remains. Oh god, the tank volleys are brutal here. And now another tank reinforces, and he's done it. And this is what he's done. He has broken the 3rd. And now he can push into the natural. Ay, ay, ay. And with that, he will break the expansion. He will break the production. The Robo's exposed as well. Gets a Colossus as it pops. Maru will break him. Behind this Showtime, he had a backup base on the top right, but it does not matter. GG gets called, and Maru, he will take game number 2. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Showtime, he was better prepared this time. He was able to scout the move out. He was able to get in position with the Colossus. Despite that, we saw that position is just so brutal in between the 3rd and the natural. If the tanks are able to wedge their way up that ramp, I mean, you cannot save it. You cannot save that base. You cannot protect it. Likewise, because of the Viking follow-up, he could not engage with the tanks themselves. Really good scout earlier, really good read. Vikings in that kind of position are more of a rare sight, but because Maru saw the bay, because he saw the late 3rd base, he started Viking production early on, and he had them in time for the timing, for the push, which is a bit of a deviation. Like, usually it's either Medivacs, or usually it's maybe a Liberator, but having Vikings there is a little bit more unorthodox. Especially in the current meta, where we see a lot of players rush into Storm instead. Right, like Storm base openers are a lot more common nowadays, but again, Maru, he saw the Robo, he saw the bay, saw late 3rd, got into Vikings. got into those Vikings. This is maybe also another argument where something like storm-based openers are maybe safer than Colossus, because you're not going to rush into Ghost for a 2-base all-in or a 2-base push like that. You can play Ghost on 2-base. We have seen Cure do that, but into a macro game, not necessarily into an all-in. So GG well played. With that, Maru does break through, and that leads us into game number 3. So we're getting into game 3 on ley lines. Go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels down in the series. We'll see if he can recover. We'll see if he can bounce back. This would be the map to do it on. It is a showtime. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Maru. Leading the series at 2-0. Oh boy. And we'll see how Showtime does approach this. The other downside of going for a charge-based opener, as you're also seeing, like personally, I feel like if you're going for a charge opener, I feel like you have to commit to more zealots. You have to make quite hard to it, because otherwise you cannot slow down the all-in, right? It's like if your opponent's pushing on 2 bases, the advantage here of going for a blink-based opener is that you can slow it down, you can scout it, you can force an early siege, you can pick away at Marines, pick away at medevacs, pick away at tanks as well. You can pick away at the army itself. Going for a charge-based opener, it feels like if you don't commit to mass zealot like that, then it's harder to shut down these pushes. It feels that way, at least anyway. We'll see. We saw like a more defensive setup last game by Showtime getting to Colossus as well, but even then he had a hard time engaging into those tanks, at least because they were always pre-sieged, right? We saw Maru, he was able to set up and definitely kind of dictate the flow of those fights and of those games, or of that game. We'll see how Showtime will adjust. We'll see if he goes for the same opener into charge again. We will see. But it was a really nice addition for Maru to have gone for reactive Viking production. Again, like despite having Stim, he had no medevacs. It was just pure Viking. It was just to bully his way forward even further. Meanwhile, double gas, once again, double gas opener, going for the faster factory into tech lab, same opener here. So it's going to be an add-on swap into Cyclone, into his starport, into most likely mine drop. In game 1, we saw him follow that up with Banshee. Game 2, he went Raven. Game 3, what's it going to be? Let's see, Reaper does move out. There's a Cyclone. Let's see a Twilight Council opener out of Showtime. We'll see if he goes charge or blink. Our eyes are going to be on our Protoss. As Maru's getting into his starport, we're assuming it's going to be Cyclone into Widowmine. Making that assumption into mine drop. If there is, Widowmine's on the way into mine drop. So this is the same opener 3 games in a row. The follow-up, there has been some deviation there for sure. Hallucination gets a full scout. It does get eyes on the same setup, does get eyes on the lack of add-on swap on the starport, so he knows that we're not rushing into Banshee play. And once again, it is going to go into, he's going to go into charge. So 3-gate charge. Now, I didn't get to talk about the map, but welcome to Ley Lines. Ley Lines has a longer rush distance by ground compared to Pylon. Likewise, is a little bit more defendable here, as these choke points, these ramps are more narrow. They're a lot, like on Pylon, they're huge. On Pylon, they're like 3 tanks wide. Here, they're a little bit more narrow, so you can spend less energy, less force fields to wall these areas off, and also have these stronger defenses. Robo follow-up here at the Showtime does take his gases, most likely is going for 2-base Colossus. as he's taking his gases before taking a third. Meanwhile, just like game 1, we're going not into Raven, into Banshee. So we're getting ready here for a tank Banshee push. Once again on 2 bases. Once again, very dedicated, very committed. Soon to be all in here from Maru. We don't really expect him to expand. Last game, he did throw down the 3rd CC behind it, but it didn't really come into play. Like, oh god, as the mine shots are going to be going up, but once again, Showtime does pull away in time, and we'll save 1 Widow Mine. So 3 probe kills. Maru, who will keep a Widow Mine hidden here in the back. Gases are taken. We have a +1 on the way, and there's the bay. So once again, it is going to be 2 base Colossus alongside charge. And again, this is meant to be a very safe opener, just because you're delaying your 3rd by so much. So this is meant to be safer. On top of that, the Colossus should be a little bit more sturdier this time, because this time there are no Vikings, right? This time it's going to be Banshee support. But the push is earlier. Yeah, that's the downside here, is that this time this push does hit sooner, does hit faster. We're not waiting for Vikings. We're not even waiting for the 2nd racks. Jesus. We're not waiting for anything. This is a beyond move out. Basically, we're pushing without... This is pre-stim. Like, this is a stimless push. No stim, no combat shields, no upgrades. 3rd base is denied already. And he's going for the pylon. The Zell take him in from behind. They do catch one of the tanks. Not bad. And 1 tank goes down. 2nd tank as well. Takes down both. And with that, Showtime should be able to hold on here. I say that we'll bleed out all those Zealots. Is that the Observer? But again, he was forced to cancel. If you remember on Maganatha, ooh, as the Mindrill comes back in. But on Maganatha, because Showtime went for a faster 3rd base, he was just killed. He was just killed here and now with this timing. This time it only delays the push, and that was quite costly for Maru. He lost 2 tanks. This is where charge did work wonders. The Zell say shut down the tanks. Showtime holds. He does hold on. I would say this is a better position for Showtime. Showtime, he had a much more efficient fight. He lost a lot of minerals, that is true, from all the Zealots. But now he's able to expand, and now he's able to get into Colossus. So we're getting into a longer game. This time, Maru doesn't just end it like he did on Maganatha. From here, now we're going for the 2nd wave. Now, when it comes to the 2nd wave, with Stim, Combat Shields +1, 2 more Maxes are being thrown down, Maru may pull the boys with this. He will have the option to pull the boys, and I think he will, especially after losing 2 tanks. Because he's committed to more tank production. It would make sense if he would. Now, it's going to come down to whether or not Showtime can scat this ahead of time. Does shut down the first Banshee. Nicely done. Gets one of the Banshees. The other is forced back. Showtime claiming his 3rd. Building a more Colossus. Maru, he will scout. He will confirm the Colossus. Viking production's already begun. And once again, like, this is a little bit more unique here. Often... I mean, I say that. Often you don't really see Vikings this early on when you go for a 2-base all-in like this, but at the same time, you don't often see these Colossus openers either. Like, they're very out of meta because of Storm. So this is like it does feel like a bit of an older school response here by Showtime. And here we go, we send it. We just send it across the map. How many Vikings? We have 2. So far, 2, soon to be 4 Vikings. We have the Raven, we have 4 tanks, the heavy tank count. Showtime spots the army. He needs to try to slow this down. He's trying to engage. Oh, he'll take a lot of hits though. Yeah, the Vikings, they pounced in. A brutal anti-armor missile. Missile goes up. Gets 1 Colossus already. The Vikings, they just get so much free damage. Yeah, just so much damage on this. And with that force fields, they're buying time, but they're about to run out. And from here, Maru just forcing his way in towards that natural. Brutal tank shots going up. Collapsing on the Nexus. The Colossus, they just cannot engage. Yeah, and with that, Maru, he's done it. He has broken the base. He has broken the base, and he can just keep pushing. Yeah, he's just cornering the army. Does force a recall. Oh, it takes a lot of damage. Now it's pushing towards the natural. Army recalled into the main. Is moving in. We got a couple of boys there to repair. Just a couple. Not too many. Yeah, and the Colossus, they just kind of hold their own. They're just being bullied back by the Vikings time and time. They just can't engage. Yeah, they cannot engage. GG gets called, and Maru, he will take the series 3-0, taking down Showtime. GG. GG, well played. And this was an interesting series, I will say. Like Showtime, he was playing pretty defensive, is what I will say. He was being very defensive. He was delaying his expansion. He was setting up with Colossus, setting up with early charge as well in almost all 3 games. Like, bar game 1, like game 1 was a little bit different. Game 1, like Showtime just assumed that he could be greedy, and he was punished for it. But I appreciate this series because it puts some things into context here. Like this, it reaffirms, or like it confirms like one of the reasons why going for these faster Colossus builds have fallen out of favor as of late, and why storm-based openers have risen in favor when it comes to being defensive, when it comes to being safe. You know, I point to players like Estrella, point to players like Creator, like Classic, and herO is a little bit different. Here he does mix it up, and he does like to mix things in. But yeah, going for this Colossus follow-up here, I feel like is usually meant to be a safe way to open up, but like Maru, he just once he scouts it, yo, just react around all the Vikings, just commit to the all-in anyway, and the Colossus, they just get bullied back. A dynamic that wouldn't really happen if it was to be like something like a storm-based opener or storm-based follow-up. I feel like this is like another reason as to why that's kind of risen in popularity in recent times as well, just because it is even safer to go for that, or less punishable, I should say, in some ways. Yeah, GG. GG, well played. Aye. As Maru does claim the series, Maru does take down Showtime and advance on to the playoffs. And again, I was really curious to see how that matchup would unfold, and how the player dynamic would actually take place between Showtime and between Maru. I feel like it was insightful. GG well played. With that, Maru, he does advance on, and now we're going to be following Showtime into his next series. Showtime going to be knocked down to another best of 5. It's going to be Showtime versus Shin in said best of 5. Let's go. Let us go in a ZVP. And here, Showtime should be a lot more comfortable. Here, these kind of all-ins and aggressive builds from the side of Zerg have fallen by the wayside. A lot of them are 3-base play now instead of 2-base. So we'll see what kind of matchup we'll have here. I'm hoping for a back and forth. Let's go. And this morning in the bottom left-hand corner of Leylands, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels. It is Showtime. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Weibo Gaming. It is Shin. Here we go. But yeah, the last 2 games there between Showtime and Maru, the pants were up, but it did not matter. Aye. Did not matter, man. It was the wrong kind of pants. Oh no. But here we have a similar dynamic, I guess, in a way. Shin, he is typically a very aggressive player. He's very aggressive, typically on 3 bases. Like many Zerg players, he's not really one that does enjoy playing the late game and being forced into play against Skytoss. So we'll prefer to end the game earlier than that, and we'll see if he can. We'll see if he can. From the side of Showtime, I do think that he's going to be a lot more stable, a lot more safe, a lot more secure here against Shin. In this matchup, there are less ways to be aggressive from the Zerg side of things, so I will say that Showtime will have a much safer time getting up to 2, 3, 4 bases and securing himself. It's going to be up to Shin to try to find a way to break that defense of Showtime. We'll see if he can. We'll see if he can. There are ways to be creative in regards to drop lord play. I mean, there is an all-in that's been rising in popularity where you go into a German taxi, but you mix in drop lords as well. I would say the problem with that build, though, is that it was popularized by, I want to say Reynor. I want to say Reynor popularized it maybe a year ago. And because of that, a lot of the Europeans are very well versed in it. Like they're practiced, well practiced. To the point where if they scout a drop lord all in, they'd blindly get shield batteries in their mineral lines just to buy time against link drops. So we'll see. Keep an eye on Shin. Behind the Stargate opener out of Showtime, so Stargate into Oracle into a third base. And now Showtime does have a unique style of ZVP where I believe he goes Oracle into Phoenix. Like, I think he does enjoy going into early Phoenixes. Phoenixes, they are a good way to shut down Overlords, to deny vision, but also to deter Spire play and deter Mutas. So if he goes for the Oracle into Phoenix once again. Showtime, he will commit, or he will threaten the Shade. Just getting eyes on saturation. Shin so far hatch gas pool into a third. And it is going to be Oracle first. Does open Oracle, double adept. Oh! Almost getting caught out. Shading the main, two adepts taking one shot drones. He does commit, he gets one. It's one drone, Shin does pull away in time. And he'll lose a second drone. Up! Barely not. Up. We do get a little worker. So we do get a lot of shots off. There we go. Second worker does go down. Gets two. Does get two. Not the best trade from Showtime, but I like it even back and forth. Two deaths for two workers. Ideally wanted a little bit more. Oracle is out. Oracle will defend the third base. Lings move in, and the Oracle is ready. So Showtime is secure. To have a second Oracle on the way. With this, he can start to be active on the map. Oh, okay, and it is going to be opening up triple Oracle, no Phoenix. With this, he can be a little bit more active across the map as well. I want to say that in years past, there was a build where Showtime would open up quadruple Oracle. Like, he'd just make extra Oracles and he'd have them paired up in two. But it's been a while. It has been a while. Gets 3 drone kills across the map. Behind this, Shin's just droning. He's just droning up. He's just saturating. Oracles, they back off. Behind this, 4 Twilight Council. Standard follow-up here out of Showtime. Looks like Plus and Blink. Third Oracle has arrived. Does not commit into a 4th Oracle. But with this, he can now dive in and try to snipe Queens. And of course, ignore Spores and go straight for Mineral Lines. The Oracles are softened up. Lings, they attempt to run by, but Adepts are in position. Oracles, they dive in. Queens are ready. Does go for the Mineral Line regardless. Ooh, he's gonna lose an Oracle though. Yeah, he loses 1, but does get 6 drones. Not the worst trade here for Showtime, but less Oracles does mean less defense back at home. Does pull out. Pulls out behind this, plus on a blink. Do have a couple of gates on the way, get into a 4-gate setup. Now, Showtime has shown us that he can be quite cheesy in this matchup. If you're watching his series against Reynor during the EWC European qualifiers, I do recommend it. He was very aggressive, and we saw a lot of Glavenep builds in that series. But I do think that was specifically against Reynor. I think he mentioned himself that he, like, afterwards, after the series, he did tweet. He was on Twitter, and he did mention how he didn't really believe that he had much chance against Reynor in the standard game. That's why he was so cheeky. Here against Shin, I would imagine that Showtime has more confidence. As he didn't like his chances against Reynor's standard macro play. As we're opening up Plus on and Blink and following this up with Archons with Storm. Okay, not with Colossus. Even getting a safety cannon. Oracles, they check across the map. They get eyes on the saturation, on the gases, on full 3-base saturation, 3rd base on the way. Oh, right, I didn't get to mention this, but it's going to be Eva Chamber follow-up here out of Shin, going to +1, going into Hydras and Roaches. Okay, investing into both. Now, the big question becomes, does Shin saturate his 4th base, or is it just for Larva? We mentioned before that when it comes to all-ins and aggressive builds in this matchup, 3-base play is typically the go-to from the side of Zerg. To go for not 2-base all-ins, but 3-base all-ins instead. The 4th is under fire. The goal here is to force a cancel, to force the all-in. There it is, does force a cancel. I mean, Showtime doing well for himself. hides back. Stasis is not triggered, and Shin, he's not going for the all-in. He's taking, bam, Infestation with the first sign here of a follow-up tech of working towards Hive, working towards Lurkers. So Shin, he's taking up. Meanwhile, Showtime, a really strong start. Did force a cancel, traded well against the army. Ling run-by is attempted, but there are cannons and shield batteries ready for this. Oh my god. And again, the reason for this is I'm pretty sure Showtime is expecting an all-in out of Shin after denying the 4th base. We can see that Shin is taking up though. So you could make an argument that all these cannons and shield batteries, they're a bit of a waste. They're not necessary. Once again, Showtime is just assuming what Shin is going to do. We saw this in game 1 against Maru, in a way. Meanwhile, Shin, he's squeezing out more workers. Yep, taking gases, droning up. Now Showtime is taking. Storm is almost done. Getting to Storm, Robo. Jesus. Showtime is really getting ready for an all-in that isn't happening. Yes, Shin is being active on the map, but remember, he's still droning. He's still droning. He's still saturating. You can see here he's been droning the entire time. This is a big investment here for Showtime. And the other brutal thing here is that we could have cut this in half, referring to the cannons and shield batteries, and this could have been a faster 4th. The 4th would already be on the way. It would be halfway done, if not complete by now. So late 4th base for Showtime. And Shin is at the advantage. Even though his 4th was denied initially, he's able to fully drone up, get up to 80 workers, spreading all of his creep, and the Hive is almost complete as well. Again, working towards Lurker tech. He's almost there. Lurkers are morphing in. And once the Lurkers come online, I do favor Shin in this position. Once they morph in. Yeah, now we're going to Skytles. Okay. Now we're going to Skytles here, but again, Showtime's economy is delayed, so it's a late economy. Shin is going to be the first to max out. He's maxed out here with the Roach Hydra Lurker. Still waiting for his upgrades. Range is still on the way. Oracle's towards the 4th. Does get eyes on full saturation, now he knows. And here come the Lurkers. Yeah, Shin going for the kill move, going for that area between the natural and the 3rd. Yeah, Lurkers, they will burrow. We have a couple of storms coming up. But only a couple. And with that Lurkers, they burrow. Showtime pushing into Lurkers. Oh, he has no storm. Yeah, storms are coming in from behind. That's a lot of storms. That's a lot of High Templar. And it looks like it should be enough. Yeah, the storms will connect. I said there's still 3 Lurkers left. The army breaks through. Lings, they collapse on the High Templar. They try to. Oh, another storm. Oh god, the storms are brutal. Storms do connect with the Lurkers. They get a lot of damage on in the back line. Yeah, they get a lot of damage. Alas, Shin is running out of reinforcements, running out of buffer. He's rallying everything he can across the map. It's getting quite close. But Shin's done it. Yeah, Shin, he has done it. He breaks through in between. Breaks the natural. The army just kind of push in. Lurkers, they zone away the High Templar. Roaches, they dive on top as well. They focus every single High Templar down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, no more storms and Shin, he's done it. He has done it. And again, Showtime, he was just getting ready for an all-in that never came. GG gets called, and Shin, he will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Showtime with a bit of a mystery that game, again, because of how heavily he committed into the shield batteries, into the cannons, into his defensive setup. It did mean that his other bases were delayed. His 4th base was late, his tech was late, his transitioning to Skytles was late as well. Everything was delayed because he was securing himself so hard on 3 bases, and in the end, it wasn't necessary. In the end, Shin was droning. Shin, he was just droning up, just chilling, just saturating. With that, Shin does take a lead in the series, and now we're getting to game number 2. It does feel like Showtime got into his... do I want to say he got into his own head? It's one of those things where Showtime just assumed, and I don't blame him, because I mentioned before that Shin, he is one to be hyper-aggressive and to commit, right? So after killing the 4th base, he just assumed, hey, you're Shin, you're probably just going to all-in me, right? So like, may as well just get ready for that and hard counter that. Unfortunately, Shin had other plans. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 2. And we'll see how our players will adjust as we get into, oh, once again, Pylon. Pylon for game 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is showtime. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Shin. Hello. As welcome one all to Pylon. Pylon has a much shorter rush distance by ground, and Shin, he does move out with the initial drone, does go for the initial extractor trick here, does look to expand the probes in position, and that means Shin, he is ready to go for the proxy hatchery. Let's go. Drone is on the way, and the hatchery is thrown down. Throws down the hatchery again. This is designed to delay the expansion. Basically, we're seeing the same thing. We see Showtime Pylon block the natural, Shin hatchery blocks the natural as well. So both players are forced to expand elsewhere, or at least Shin, or ideally Showtime wants to force Shin to expand elsewhere. 2 gate opener, so a delayed expansion, has to throw down the second gateway into a cyber core. Shin throws down his gas into spawning pool. Gas pool follower. You can see the Overlord is over his own natural. He's waiting to see if Showtime does leave, so he can expand. And there is Shin forced to expand at the unnatural location. So this is going to be a gas pull into hatchery opener here by Shin. This expansion, because of Zealot, I mean, there's a lot of progression. We might just let this finish. Yeah, we can. So typically the response to a proxy hatchery or a hatch block like this is you pull the boys. You pull like 6 to 7 probes. You chrono out the first Zealots, and you focus this down, and then you can deny this. But because he didn't pull the voids, because there was only 1 Zealot, this means that this will survive even longer. This means that you don't have to cancel. You can make a queen here. You can make Zerglings out of this larva, and head into the base. Now we can see here there's no queen. No queen, but we'll keep an eye on the larva here. Going for the Overlord. And there we go. Here come the Zerglings. And Zerglings are on the way. Shin, he's hoping to try to snipe some of the workers. Does cancel. Cancel. The Overlord here does force Zealot to stick around a little bit longer, but here comes a counterattack. What's it going to be? It's going to be 2 Adepts and 2 Zealots moving out across the map. Link speed is halfway done. Zerglings are ready. Showtime does hit the natural. Shin double expanding. And Shin is just waiting for link speed, and ideally he wants to catch every one of these units. Picking up Zerglings. Shin is moving in. Oh, that's going to be 4 Adepts though. I don't know if Shin has enough, I'll be honest. Shin, he's got 18 Zerglings, but with good positioning here, these Zerglings, I don't know if they can engage. He's going for it. And it does go for the dive. Gets a decent surround, not bad. He's going for the base, he's going for the expansion. Oh no, can he get it? Oh my god, barely not 11 HP. The base survives us, they bust into the main. Nice block. Nice block there with the spine cooler. Adepts, they bust in, they will get 1 drone. Just the one. They do shade back. He wants the base. No, he wants it. Lings are out of position. And 1 more volley, 1 more shot. Oh my god, the expansion goes down. Brutal pickoff. And Showtime takes the lead. He will lose everything here. He will lose all the Adepts, but that was worth it. It was 4 Adepts and 2 Zealots. They kill the expansion. Zerglings are over the counterattack. Back at home, we can see that Showtime's in position. He's fully walled up. And Shin is looking dire here. He does re-expand. He does have a natural, I suppose. We'll lose 2 more drones. We'll lose 2 more workers. And Showtime takes the lead. Showtime takes the lead. He's able to saturate on 2 bases. More oracles are on the way. And just so many Zerglings here just was not worth it. Now we have plenty of adepts. Oh my god. 5 adepts have worked in. So you see once again stage drop into the main. More drones going to be going down. So about 5 worker kills and 2 expansions. Oh god. it's been a shaky start for Shin. It's been very shaky. Showtime securing his 3rd. Showtime still ahead. And this Shin going into +1 melee. I would imagine this is melee to go into Ling Hydra. And Showtime going for a Twilight Council and a Forge. Now, the timings in this game are all a little bit off just because of the shaky start, just because of the pylon block, the hatchery block. Like it has been a shaky start. So this should be +1 and Blink, but this could be Charge instead. Showtime knows he has the advantage. He might just double down. Yeah, he sees the Evo Chamber, he sees +1. He knows that Roaches are going to be skipped. So going for Charge is viable. Does he go for the kill? Does he play standard? He's going for the kill. Let's go. So basically what's happening here is +1 melee Zerglings is a sign that we're trying to skip Roaches and going to Ling Hydra, which is better against Blink Stalkers, which is the standard opener of the Protoss. Charge lots struggle against a more Roach heavy start, against a standard safer opener, which is why you rarely see Charge. But if you scout and if you see that your opponent is skipping Roaches and if they're skipping Banelings, then a Zealot timing can kill a Zerg player, straight up. Because there's no Roaches or Banelings to defend, it's just purely Ling Hydra. Or Ling Queen Hydra. So Showtime, he does scout, he does recognize what's going on. And it's on Showtime to hide those Zealots. Right now he's revealing a Depth Stalker. Charge on the way. Lings they rotate. And they can try to get some damage, but yeah, for the most part, Showtime is in position. Duels on the army away. We have that gateway explosion finishing up. Waiting for the War Prism, and then it's go time. Here we go. Warping in High Templar, warping in Archons. And we'll see if Shin can survive this. Baneling Nest on the way, thankfully. Is getting the Nest. The main Nest will help. Not saying that this will confirm his defense, but it will definitely help here against those charge lots. Wings move in. Archons are revealed. Now he knows. Does spot the Archons. He's now aware of what's coming his way. I'm not sure we're waiting for Storm. Never mind. So I assumed that Showtime was going to hit a timing with +1 in charge. And when I saw the High Templar in the prison, I was like, oh, maybe he's just going to like reinforce with like make a couple of Archons and then push. But no, he's being very defensive here. And because of this, like again, he's setting up cannons, shield batteries, more station traps. This is very similar to game 1 actually. And he's allowing Shin to drone. Now Shin, he sees this, he can drone up, he can saturate. Now the aggressions are coming his way. I was saying earlier how Shin was vulnerable, he is. But now he can work towards Lurkers. Now if he can get to Lurker tech, he can hold, he can survive. There's still a window in time here where he is vulnerable, and here we go. But it's only Zealot harass. The main army's still at home. Against Showtime, we gotta move out. We gotta push. Oh no! Oh my god, jeez, that was close. The High Templar almost got surrounded. This will delay the move outs. Zealots run into Hydras. The drop is denied. Showtime, that momentum that he had, it's slipping away. It is slipping away. Right now it's all on it's all on Shin to delay this move out. He has Link ready for the run by. So everything's ready. We have 21 Bailings morphing in. And here comes a push. Now I still feel like this can kill. It comes down to the storms, right? How good are the storms going to be? Zerglings, they threaten to run by. Showtime, he turns back around. Fourth base is denied. Prism is still out there. And here comes the drop. I say that, here comes Showtime as well. And it's all happening at once. We have the Zealot run by in towards the bases. Prism is deflected. Main army's pushing in. And again, I still feel like Shin cannot engage with the main army. Not without lurkers that he never teched up. So let's move in. The drop gets spotted. Shin is going to be shut down. Oh, losing one full drop lord. 1, 2. Losing all 3. There's one drop lord left. No! Barely gets through. And yeah, Showtime has nothing to worry about. So my concern was that Showtime was being too passive and that Shin would be able to join up to 4 bases, which happened, and take up into lurkers. He did join up to 4 bases, but he is doubling down on Link main Hydra. He is not taking up into lurker. So Storm can still just have its way with this army, 100%. Like, Showtime can still shut this army down. Comes down to the engagement, of course. And ideally, Shin wants to surround. He wants to surround the High Templar. You can see Shin is trying to bait the army in, then he can come in for a flank. Showtime waiting for his Zealot run by first. This will force a reaction. Shin, he shuts it down. Showtime pulls away. Shin is maxed. Again, I feel like Shin should be getting a lurker den here. Even if it's Lair Tech lurkers, it's better than nothing. Does look like, oh no, oh, he does catch him. Does catch them. Ay, ay, ay. He got what he wanted. The High Templar, they get completely caught out. That was like 5 High Templar going down. Oh no. I mean, I say that he's spending a lot of his banelings. He will break the expansion, but now there's no storms. Shin, can he remax in time? Again, he doesn't really have much of a bank. This was maybe the best engagement that Shin could have hoped for. Even then, it's not going to be enough. Gets a base, gets a mineral line. Zells, they bust in across the map. And Showtime, he has done it. Who needs Storm? That's true. Who needs that Matthew? Link drop into the main, not bad. Gets a couple worker kills, does force a recall. Zells kill the natural. They bust into the main, 17 drone kills. And Shin is all in at this point. Shin is all in. It's all or nothing. He's running into a wall of stasis fields. Oh god, it's all stasis traps. Baits out 1. Baits out 2. Does he spot the others? Baits out 3 and all 4. Okay, let's go. But the Archons, they just tank all the banelings. Storms come in. And you can see here in a head-on fight, Showtime will just shut this down. GG gets called and Showtime ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played again. Shin, he was so committed here to pure Link main Hydra. As I mentioned, there was no longevity in that army for Shin. And despite the fact that he had the best fight possible, despite the fact he caught all the High Templar, Despite the fact that there were no storms, didn't matter. Did not matter. The Archons, the Chargeless, they still held their own. They're still overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. With that, Showtime does tie the series up, and we are going to game number 3. Going to game 3. And we'll see how our players will adjust here as we get into Maganatha for game 3. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels being forced, or actually forcing the ace match. We'll see if he can keep up that momentum. It is a Showtime. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Weibo Gaming. It is Shin. So I usually mute for that. I'm dying, I'm dying. So from here we're settling in. Do you have our initial opener? This time there's no hatch block. This time there's no drone across the map. This time we're not moving out. This time we do have Shin forced to take the unnatural natural. There's no crazy chaotic start to the game. And again, last game I was just really concerned that Showtime was being too passive, that he was giving his opponent too much time and allowing Shin to saturate. But as we mentioned, what did Shin do with that? Didn't really do much. Like, he just committed to Lingbane Hydra. He never take up into lurkers, and without that, he never really stood a chance in a head-on fight against Storm, against Archons. I like that. But now we're getting into Maganatha. Maganatha being one of the, or the largest map in the map pool. Is the largest map at longest rush distance by ground. Here we go. Because I would usually expect longer games here on Maganatha, but with these players involved, with Shin specifically involved, I don't think we're going to really see that. Technically, we kind of got that in game number 1, but that was more of a timing attack as well. Like, Shin had no intention of going head-on against Skytos in the late game. It was all about ending the game earlier. It's all about that lurker timing. For now, it is going to be a Stargate opener. Stargate opener at a Showtime. Showtime from here can take a third base. I do feel like Showtime is going to be a little more comfortable here on Maganatha. And we expect to see Oracle into Blink, into a third. We'll see if Shin once again skips Roaches. We'll see if he does skip. Here we do see Showtime just breaking in. He's a Twideps, so that has to be respected. Twideps taking one-shot workers, so we can dive into the mineral lines. Shin trying to keep up. So far he is. Showtime does catch a couple of Zerglings. Ooh, shades into the natural. And does commit. Only 2 Zerglings here. Yeah, gets 1, gets 2 drones. Not bad. It takes care of the Zerglings as well. Is going to be cleaned up, but not the worst trade here from Showtime. Gets 2 drones, not just 2 drones, gets 7 Zerglings as well. And with that, Shin is going for the counterattack. Ideally, he wants to delay the expansion, wants to delay this third base, but there's only 3 Zerglings, so they can't do much here. They move out, Showtime defends, Oracle dives in, and is checking saturation. making sure there's no fast gases, no fast roach horn, and no fast lair. Meanwhile, fast EVO chamber at a Shin, just like last game. This is going to be for +1 melee. Ideally, Shin wants to skip roaches. We'll see if Showtime can scout this. If so, then he can also skip Blink. For now, though, he is deflected. For now, the EVO chamber is hidden. We have +1 and... sorry, we have the Forge and the Twilight Council on the way. Ooh, an FSA shaded once again. Yeah, they take down the Zerglings. They get 2 more drones. Ooh. As he doesn't shade. Does pull out. Third Oracle has arrived. The tech is about to get ready. And again, with triple Oracle, we can dive into these mineral lines. We can even go for a Queen. Speaking of, yep, does go for the Queen. The Queen does go down. Nice pickup. Has to back up from here. He never did confirm whether or not there was a roach warren, so +1 and Blink on the way. Coming in towards the mid game here, I do like Shin's position a little bit more. A little bit, as he does bleed out 3 more drones. 3 more workers going down. Oracles do get away. And we'll see if Shin goes into Ling Hydra. We'll see if he saturates the 4th. That's kind of like the big next thing that we're waiting for. Does Shin drone? Does he not? And Showtime's waiting for that as well. For now, Showtime is taking up in towards Storm. Hydrogen is on the way. Showtime, he checks the expansion. That's a lot of Zerglings on the way here. The Oracle's a spot. Some of them move out. And Shin, he has potential. For the most part, Showtime is secure. Shin looking for a way in. But this is a big investment. Like, again, this does slow down the drone count of Shin. Shin, his 4th base could be saturated by now. The Lings are at least keeping Showtime busy, at least keeping him pinned. Shin making some workers. Does run up to 74. He's taking another gas geyser. As the army gets dragged out, Lings, they do hit the natural. Showtime, yeah, he can warp in. The gateway is going to go down. Not bad. Takes down the gateway. And Shin, he's hitting workers at 77. I don't see an infestation bit. Not yet. And no pits. He's making nothing but Ling Hydra. Queen's going to be going down. And, oh, we do spend a lot of shots on the expansion. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there from Showtime. He's getting caught out. Yeah, completely caught out here. Lings, they collapsed in. They shut down more of these stalkers. The speed zone's coming into play as well. Oh god, he gets surrounded. And with that, Showtime losing too much. So many stalkers do fall, and now it's just now we just counterattack. Storm is getting ready. Lings, they catch another stalker. Oh, almost. High Templar, they will bully back the army. Shin, he backs off, making more drones, and we should be taking. Like, with this many workers, like, there's no reason not to take up. More bases on the way. And speaking of taking up, I mean, Showtime is taking that Q. Fleet Beacon, Stargaze working towards Skytoss. 4th base is on the way. Showtime is getting ready. And Shin, just like last time, just like the last game, he is not going into lurkers. He has 87 drones. He has the gas for it, but no, he's just doubling down. He's committing. Let's go. No bathing speed. There is no bathing speed. Still gets some connections. Massing up more link main towards the left-hand side as well. Shin is doubling down. Banelings, they're busting into the mineral line. Nice storm. Banelings, they do almost make it in. Almost. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Showtime. Like, Shin, he's all in. He's all in on lair tech. And we're running out of storms. We get some decent Baneling connections, but Hydras are pushing forward, and we need more Zealots. We need more of those Zealots. We need more buffer here for the army. As Shin, he's not stopping. Yeah, he's not stopping. Still rallying forward. Banelings make their way into the mineral line. Storm on the Hydras. Storm on the Banelings. And there's maybe one storm left. Soon to be two. And Shinny's just not stopping. Yeah, he's not stopping. Gonna roll forward, and it looks like he has broken the expansion. Takes down the third, and GG gets called. Showtime. He was taking, he was expanding. Shin was not. And GG. GG, well played. Shin, he does snowball out of control. He breaks Showtime, and he will take a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Shin essentially going for, like I say, an all-in. There was a really high drone count. There was an economy, but it's basically committing into lair tech, right? There's no infestation bit, there's no lurker den, there's no hive, there's no nothing. It's just pure Lingbane Hydra, and you make nothing but Lingbane Hydra. Unfortunately, Showtime, remember, he was getting Stargate, getting a fleet beacon, getting a fourth base, unlike in other games where he blindly would set up cannons and shield batteries at his third. This time there was an opening, this time there was a weak point, and Shin did go for it. GG. GG, well played. He just committed, just sent everything towards that third base, eventually broke through. And with that, Shin takes a lead. Shin does take a lead. If we saw Showtime able to fortify that third base and defend there, he would have just snowballed out of control. He would have just won the game. In that sense, like, Shin was all in. GG. GG, well played. With that, we'll see how our players adjust as we're getting into Ultra Love, a much smaller map, a much more aggressive map. Let's go. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss, we have the German Protoss representing Sentinels. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Showtime. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Weibo Gaming. It is Shin. Do Zerglings have Adrenal? Shin is known to forget about that. There was no hive. There was no infestation, but there was no hive. It was a lair tech all-in out of Shin. So there would not be Adrenal there. Shin getting a hive is something that belongs on a bingo card. I mean, Shin did get a hive in game one. But game one was, there was a lot happening in game one. Game one was a mind game where it was the almost opposite of game number 3. Where game 3, Showtime thought that the game was progressing. He saw drones, so he's like, oh, like, let's take up into Sky Toss. Game 1, Showtime killed the fourth base of Shin, assumed that Shin was going to all in, when Shin actually just droned and teched up into Hive. So, like, it was almost like the polar opposite there. Game 1 and Game 3. But here we go, we're loading into Ultra Love. Now, Ultra Love is known for all-ins, is known for I say all in. All in doesn't really mean much in this kind of context. It is known for earlier aggression and earlier all-ins, commitment on a lower base count, lower economy as well, lower economy. Just because the rush distance by ground is shorter, we've seen a lot of German taxis. We've seen a lot of Queen walks across the map as well. I mean, this map is pretty played out just because it's lasted 2 map pools at this point. So we've seen a lot of games on Ultra Love. And this is one of those maps where we do not expect a Shin to get a hive. No shot. But, you know, because we don't expect that, is that where we see a hive? Is that where Shin drones? The mind games, right? So mind games come into play. It can be hard to read a player like Shin. For sure. To have the initial Stargate open out of Showtime. Shin claiming his third. Showtime is poking in. With this, I will threaten a dive, does shade out, heads into the natural, gets one drone. Gets two. Two workers do fall, but nowhere near as many Zerglings this time. Shin will hold. Shin, he will hold. If you recall, last game Showtime got 2 drones and 7 Zerglings. This time, 2 drones and only 3. So Shin, he does defend a little bit nicer here, or a bit of a cleaner defense out of Shin. Link speed is on the way, and we'll see if Showtime can protect his third. See if he can defend this expansion. Assuming that Shin moves out. Oracle's on the way. So far, just getting in higher saturation. We have 10 more Lings in production. From here, we should soon be seeing our tech of choice, Forge, Twilight Council. Shred Hands follow up. Oh, as for the first time in a long time, that's a Roach Warren. Okay. Roach Warren on the way from Shin. I mean, we spoke earlier about, you know, German Taxi, about going for Ling Queen, Roach All In of some kind. We're kind of leaning towards that here. Meanwhile, Lings, they do hit the third. Oracle does deflect. Lair is on the way. And we are looking for Overlord speed. We're looking to see what kind of upgrades we invest into as well. Let's say shade into the main, not bad. Getting 2 drones, 3 drones. Yeah, 3, 4 drones going to be going down. Lings are dealt with by the Oracles. Yeah, nice setup here from Showtime. Does pull away. Does pull out. Behind the Shin, he has a lot of rejoining to do. Okay, late Forge. Interesting. Late Forge here by Showtime. Should still be Blink. Showtime moving out with more Adepts. 7 Adepts have hit the field. Was the Eva Chamber cancelled earlier? Just now starting up. Okay. I swear I saw it earlier instead. Never mind. Link's trying to engage. Ooh, and we might just be walking across the map here. That's going to be 14 more Zerglings. The drones, they shut down. They're getting shut down. Let them say bust in. Nice position here behind the mineral. Lings, they just can't engage. Yeah, brutal trade here for Shin. Aye. Roach production. Where are the roaches? Where are the roaches? Like, we have the Warren, we have Roach speed, but the last 5 more drone kills. I say 5, 6, 7 more drones is getting out of hand, becoming far too much. Plus on range is on the way. We're taking up into Hydra Den. But this is brutal damage. 8 drone kills. Aye. And again, invest into the Roach Warren, getting into Roach speed, but no Roaches for defense. With that, Showtime takes an economic lead. Getting more drone kills. Oh, we'll lose 1 Oracle. This one. Behind this, we're taking up into Temple Archives, into Storm, and meanwhile, at the same time, Shin, he's droning. Okay, I assumed that because he has sustained so much damage, 16 drones went down, I would have assumed that he would have gone for an all-in, but no, that's not the case. Shin, he's droning. Droning, he's taking Infestation Bit, he's taking him into a hive. This is looking similar to Game 1, where he's working towards Lurkers. But this time he has taken much more damage. And Showtime is not reacting too hard. Like, he's not blindly setting up more cannons and shield batteries. He's being more active. He has a massive amount of stalkers. He knows he has momentum. Pushing out to deny the 4th base. I'm not so certain that Shin can save the 4th. Yeah, there are just so many stalkers. And what can Shin do? Nothing. Yeah, he just cannot save it. 4th base goes down. Yeah, Showtime just bullying Shin here. Peeking away at the roaches. Shin, he has the pits. He's going for lurkers. So it looks like the goal here for Shin is to just turtle to try to take up. Now, if Shin can get into lurker tech, into hive tech, into upgrades, he can slow the game down and crawl his way back in. But I don't really see that working too well against Showtime of all players. There's that hive on the way, as we mentioned. I mean, it is a way to recover, right? To mass up into lurker and to slow the game down. The problem is that Storm is almost done, and I'm pretty sure Showtime should be pushing before lurker tech. Like, the army's ready. Like, he's got plenty of High Templar. He's already got energy. He's got his stalkers. Like, he's not waiting for anything outside of maybe a prism. Yeah, there's no robo. There's no robo, no war prism. And he shouldn't wait for one. Like, now is the time to move out. I say that he is double expanding. We're gonna and he is getting a robo, so maybe he won't push. And never mind. Like, right now Shin is vulnerable, and I feel like Showtime could have broken through, but Shin now is morphing in his lurkers. He's taking gases. Shin is droning. Showtime is being much more defensive, much more passive. This is actually quite similar to game 1, where it looks like Showtime is getting ready for an all-in. He's getting ready to receive an army from Shin, but Shin isn't. He's been droning. Shin's been droning. Shin's been resaturating. Shin's been teching. Now we get the fleet peeking. This does feel a little bit late for Showtime. And Shin is back in this. Shin is back in this game. Lurkers out of position. The lurkers are rotating over. The lurkers are stuck at the 3rd. They have to move down to the low ground. And he's going for the dive. Yeah, he gets one. Brutal. Oh my god, the storms are brutal. Yeah, storms are insane. He gets 1, 2, 3, 4 lurkers. The storms, they just shut down the main army. Shin trying to engage more storms. And that was a better trade here for Showtime. It was a better fight. He cripples the army, and behind this, Tempest. Tempest are amassing Mothership as well. Thankfully, Showtime wasn't too passive. I was concerned he was going to stay at home, but no, he pushed. He pushed out, he traded well. Cleared up a good amount of supply from Shin. And Showtime didn't lose much. Like, Showtime, he's still got a healthy High Templar count. Plenty of High Templar, plenty of Stalkers. He lost 1 High Templar in the fight. Very efficient. We have a second Stargate on the way. That's a lot of High Templar. that's a lot of Storm Path. Yeah. It's a lot of Storm. Nice one. Gets 1 lurker. I just realized that the talent is not researched, so he does not have burrow speed. There's 1 Hydra. There's 1 Hydra. Down to 0 Hydras. That 1 Tempest can just get free damage. Can just shell away at the army for free. There's no anti-air. Go for it. At the same time, ooh, he's distracted. Yeah, Showtime is distracted. He is being forced over. The base is going to go down. And the expansion falls. But again, Showtime should just kill this army. I mean, he only has the 1 Tempest, but he has another ship as well. Again, there's no anti-air. We can just walk in. Yeah, shit, his army's just being picked apart. He doesn't have the best economy either. He's only on 71 workers. That's less than 4 base saturation. And Showtime is moving out. He's snowballing out of control here. He's going into a Sky Toss. Plus one air attack is on the way. He maintained his 4 base setup. Again, Showtime has a better economy compared to Shin. And again, Shin, he got away with Lurker Tech, but thankfully Showtime did still punish him. Did still move out, did still break the army initially. Had a very strong fight here in between the bases. And oh god. Yeah, he's just bullying those lurkers. Are there any ZVP builds in the meta that skip oracles these days? There are, but they're like all-ins. So like Tempest Rush, like you go Void Ray. You open Void Ray and then you go into a second Stargate, a Fleet Beacon into like a Tempest Rush. So there are some niche builds. Or like a Twilight Council opener. Twilight Council into Glaives. There are some like niche all-in builds. Oh, more aggressive builds. Meanwhile, Lings, they're coming for the dive. They're coming for a surround. Oh my god, they just melt. Lings, they get shut down by the storm. GG gets called, and Showtime ties up the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. Let's go. Whew. GG, well played. Again, we saw a bit of a shaky early game out of Shin, winding it back. If you remember what happened at the start of the game, 16 drones got killed. 16 drones were down to the Adept harass, and it wasn't even Glaive Adepts. It was just initially 2, then 4, then a set of 7 Adepts that went across the map, and they just kept getting damage done, despite the fact that Shin had a Roach Warren. If you remember, never made any Roaches. Or at least early on, he didn't make any defensive Roaches. He was relying on Zerglings instead. Before that, he was caught out with only a handful of Zerglings as well, and the Adepts, they just wreaked havoc. Adepts and Oracles as well. True. It was a combination of the two. Got 16 drone kills, and Shin was crippled, and he had to make a choice: either go for an all-in or try to macro out of it. And he tried to macro out of it. He teched up into lurkers. He did get away with it in a sense, where he was able to drone up and get a 4th base and get into lurker tech. But before he could really hit his final form, we saw that Showtime did break out. Thankfully, Showtime wasn't passive. We've seen that before. We've seen him be overly defensive and overly passive, but here he had the advantage. He broke out, and he did cripple Shin ahead of time. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going all the way to the ace match, and game 5 is going to be on Torches. Jesus. Okay. We're going to be loading into Torches. Torches, one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool. We don't really see it too often. We almost never see it in best of 3s, but in best of 5s, it's become more regular, more frequent. Has been more frequent, and here we go. We are getting into game number 5, the ace match, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Torches, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels. It is Showtime. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Weibo Gaming. It is Shin. Go. And Shin, he defied expectations. Again, we expected a more aggressive build out of Shin on Ultra Love. Instead, I mean, he was forced into it in a way, but he was forced into a more economic setup instead, where he was forced to drone, forced to tech, and forced to try to get away with lurker tech, but alas, he barely could not. Showtime able to beat him there, beat him into Sky Toss, and also, of course, be active with his Storm, with his High Templar. And Shin, he was just on the back foot from almost the beginning of the game. But now we have the ace match. And welcome to Torches. Torches is an odd map. We have seen a lot of cheeky all-ins on this map where you can mine through the minerals and mine across the map as well and go for these all-ins. We saw Rogue do this. Rogue, he did go for a Link Flood all-in, a hidden all-in against herO in GSL. Whereas Rogue, he basically mined through these patches on the right-hand side. He mined through these patches here as well. They just flooded Lings right into the bases of herO. and cheese the hell out of it. I recommend the VODs. We did cast it, of course. It's on our channel. It's over on YouTube, or I think the VOD is still on Twitch. But that was the GSL Season 2 semis, where Rogue was very cheeky here on this map. Likewise, we also have the gold bases that you can take advantage of. You can try to rush into the golds early on. Likewise, rush distance by air and ground is very short. So we'll see how our players make use of this map. So far, I think Rogue is the only one that's gone for that kind of all-in, at least at the pro level. But that's also because we rarely see this map, right? Like, it's often vetoed, so I don't think a lot of players have really tried to specialize builds on torches too much. Outside of that prepared format. True. Here we go. We are going to be massing up some early links here. I would imagine just for adept defense. Adepts are moving out. Again, it was a Stargate opener into Oracle from the side of Showtime. Oracle's on the way. Lings looking to commit. They make the way to the natural. They cancel the shade. Ooh, Evo Chambers lays getting 1, 2, 3. 3 drones going down. Not bad. Gets 3 workers, and can he escape? Link speed is done in 10 seconds. And done in 5. And does escape. Does pull away. I say that Shinny's on the hunt. Does break out, looking for that adept. And should catch it. Ooh, never mind. Adept gets away. Adept does race back home. Does make it back. Third base is on the way, and now we're just waiting for the tech of choice from Shin. Waiting for an Evo Chamber, a Roach Warren, a Lair. We'll see what Shin has in store. As I would say, this is a better start here for Showtime. Getting 3 drones and 5 lings for only 1 adept. And here comes the follow-up. The upside do come into the shade. Lings are keeping up. Takes down 1, takes down another adept as well. Evo Chambers on the way, fast pulse on melee. Okay, so Shin, he's going to try to skip roaches. Skipping roaches, going into Ling, going into Hydra. Showed him going for a standard follow-up. And Showtime did see the Evo Chamber, so he may choose to go straight into charge. He may choose to go straight into charge, into +1, then into storm. Oracles, they bust in. 1, 2, 3. Oh, we're gonna lose one of the oracles though. 6 drones go down. It's an okay trade. It's okay. The problem with losing oracles is they have just so much value in ZVP. They hold so much value over time as well. That's a bigger gateway explosion, getting up to 6 gateways. +1 and Blinker on the way. Showtime, and do we throw down 2 more? What's the plan here? We'll keep an eye on that gateway count. FC busts into the mineral line. They don't get too much done. Better defense here from Shin. Cleans up the adepts. And okay, takes gases. Never mind. If he didn't take these gases, I was waiting to see 2 more gateways, and then we could have seen a 3 base 8 gate all in. But no, he's taking gases, which means he intends to tank. Whether it's Colossus or Storm, one of them's on the way. Yeah, Lings, they poke in, they scat the gases. Shin is aware. And the answer is Storm. So Temple Archives into Storm, into Archons. Showtime is taking up. And Shin is fully aware. Now, upon seeing the gases here, Shin herO is safe, which means Hydrogen is on the way. 4th base as well. Shin is droning. Shin is droning up. Baneliness alongside this, so he's going to link Bane Hydra. Now, we have seen Shin get up to 4 base saturation and just commit and double down, avoid a hive, and just go for a lair based all in instead. Go for a lair tech army and just max out. So that is going to be a possibility here for Shin. Still a bit early to tell. Stalkers, they pick forward. Get a queen, not bad. Gets a queen, takes down some of the Hydras, going for another queen as well. Going for 3 Hydras even. Very nice. Things are coming for this around. The Oracles are ready. The Oracles are ready. Showtime did rebuild the Oracle that he lost. So it backed up to 3. And Shin is still droning. Still droning. And again, we are waiting to see if he does take or does throw down Infestation Pit. Otherwise, this could be a repeat of what we saw previously. Could just be a repeat of Maganatha. The Link's getting caught out. Oh. Overlord speed is on the way. Yeah, this is looking similar to what we saw previously, getting ready for Dropper Lords. If you remember, we saw that on Pylon. Yep, speaking of Dropper Lords, there they are. So this looks like a Ling drop into the main, and then the main army towards one of the other fringe bases. But Shin, he's not taking. So he's not taking up. We're not going for Lurkers. We're not going for Hive. Once again, it's purely just Ling, Bane, Hydra on Lair Tech, and we're loading up. But this time we're loading everything, actually. Oh my god. We go for the Doom Drop. Oracle's moving in. You can see that Showtime is taking up into Sky Toss, but Showtime right now, he's at his most vulnerable. While he's taking his... Oh no, he sees! He does see, he does scout, does confirm the drop, is aware, he's racing back, he's out of position. He's racing on over. And this is not a fake out, of course, like the entire army is here. They have force to unload. The drop is denied. Whew. Aye, aye, aye. And Shin's about to max. Again, he's maxing out on Ling, Bane, Hydra. He has no intention of teching. This time Showtime is getting ready. He did invest into Skytoss, that's true, but he's not making any Skytoss units. Just trying to fixate here on the defense. Banelings that don't quite make it through. They're going for the High Templar though. He wants them. Doesn't quite make it. Yeah, forcing another storm. But Shin is going to overwhelm at the same time. Zelaran by nicely done. The 7 drone is going to be going down. Not bad. 7 drone kills, but there's no buffer. There's nothing to support the army. There's High Templar, yes, but nothing else. Yeah, the High Templar going down. Lings, oh, they do snipe. Getting 1, 2, getting up. Almost all 3 High Templar. And Shin has done it. Shin, he's done it. He's breaking through. Stalkers are coming from behind. There's only a handful of Stalkers left. Again, storms that were spent that were forced to be wasted on the Link Bane. Oh, gets the mineral line. Yeah, probes are going down. The Oracles as well. Gets all the Oracles, and Shin has done it. Shin has done it. He has broken Showtime. Again, Showtime just not set up here at the base, not in time. He just didn't have enough Archons, didn't have enough buffer for his High Templar. Archon's now going to be morphing in, but it's too late. Yeah, it's too little too late. Shin, he has done it. Oh, we got the mothership on the way. Let's go. Shin's still building up. Did lose some workers earlier, but he's still just rallying across the map. Already got a mineral line. He already crippled a Showtime. Shin is going for the final army. Nice storm on some of the Bailings, but there are just so many Bailings. Oh my god. Yeah, they crash into the mineral line, they force the recall, they take care of all the workers, 17 more probes go down, and down it goes the 4th. And from here we just go back to the 3rd and contain the Protoss on 2 bases. And now Shin is taking. Now he's taking up Infestation Pits. Shin, he can just keep going, by the way. He can just keep pushing. At least to deny the 3rd. He's rotating over. He's going for the expansion. He hasn't seen that 3rd base. Does collapse in. Trying to. Again, the mothership has arrived. Decent storm. The base goes down. That's all that Shin wanted. Takes down the expansion. And now he can just keep rotating. Just keep rotating. Head towards the northern base. Oh. Still let one by slip by. He threatens the army. At the same time, heads for the expansion. Base, they catch the workers. Base goes down. The Zealot Rabbi is going to be successful. We'll get an expansion, but Shin is racing back. He's done the damage he wanted. Takes care of the 3rd. Just getting up the Zealots. And Showtime, he should not be able to recover here. 2 bases just shouldn't be enough here to sustain himself. He's trying to get a 3rd base, trying. He just wants to expand that. And now he does have a decent force to work with, but Shin can just max out, take more bases. Hive is halfway done. Lurker Den's on the way. Now making use of the Drop Lords. Let's go. Does force to cancel. Drops into the main. And Shin does commit in. Ideally trying to force out those storms. Showtime going for the... Retook top left. No shot. It's going to go down. Bold move out of Showtime. I mean, you have to do something. And technically, I can see a world where Showtime can win a fight, at least pre-lurker. As we mentioned, nice storms. Very nice. If only there weren't lurkers on the way. As you can see, there are 13 lurkers in production. Now Shin actually has an army, like a robust army that can fight head-on. Got the concave. It's well set up. We have Hive upgrades on the way. Spire is now done, getting to +1 just in case. Shin just ensuring there is no expansion, and there isn't. There is no 3rd. Keeping up with the rotations. Showtime looking for a way in. Again, if he can somehow wedge himself in between the bases here, then maybe. Oh, it does recall in. Okay, let's go. It does recall into the main. Okay. Has control of the main base. Can kill the Hive. Not bad. Hive is going to go down. Shin was out of position. And he can also deny Adrenal. True. Adrenal can be denied. Gets on top of the tech as well. The Hydrogen, the Spire, the Lurker Den. Este showtime. At the same time, we can try to force a base trade, but remember, showtime we can always recall. You can always recall back home. Takes down the Spire, denies +1. Shin's still checking for expansions. It's like, no way you're doing this on 2 bases. It's like, yeah, that's what. You think I need a third? Nah. And you might think he's trapped, but he's not. He can just recall. Remember, he can always just recall. As he still has his base recall remaining. Nice storms. Ooh, Lings they collapse in. Force out another storm. Ooh, Corrupt as they catch at the mothership. Lurkers moving in. We have to recall out of here. Does bunch up. Does stack as best he can. And there's the recall. He will catch everything. Oh no, except for 3 zealots. 3 zealots get left behind. He'll sell it, man. And again, that was a nice move by Showtime, but unfortunately in this kind of game state, it doesn't really matter as much. It slows down Shin. Like Shin, he has to rebuild his lair, he has to rebuild the Spire, the Lurker Den, the Hydrogen, has to rebuild everything. It's more of an annoyance than anything for Shin. Again, it's one of those things where Showtime can still win a fight. So Shin is being very careful trying to engage. Oh, pushing forward. Gets an Archon. Over Brutal Storm. Lurker goes down. Shin trying to collapse in. And he will get the expansion. Again, this area is just so wide open. It's so difficult to defend this third. Base falls. And based on this position here, Showtime is being bullied away from his own natural. Uh-oh. Yeah, here come the Lurkers. Showtime, he's locked out. Lurkers are moving in. And he just locked out. He's locked out of his base. And from here, we can just slowly push forward. Aye. And we go for the base trade. I mean, it's the best chance. The best chance here for Showtime is a base trade. Does throw down a ninja base, but GG gets called. The writing was on the wall for a while now, and Shin, he will take the series 3-2 and will advance on to those playoffs. GG. GG, well played, Shin. He will claim the series. Again, Shin being hyper aggressive, never really embracing any kind of longer game state. At times would tech up, of course, but only when he needed to. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Never had to deal with the sky toss of Showtime. Never ended up in that kind of situation. Unfortunately, Showtime, again, he was caught out here on torches. He was teching up, whereas Shin was going for nothing but Lings, Banes, and Hydras. Not the first time we saw that this series, and not the first time it succeeded either. GG. GG will play it with that. Shin, he does overwhelm, does overrun, and Shin will claim that matchup. Oh, 3-2. Went all the way to the ace match. Went all the way to that ace match. So impressive play there from Showtime as well. I mean, that could have gone either way, to be honest. Could have gone either way. In the end, does go the way of Shin. And now we can catch up on our matches. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. We can catch up on our matches. We can catch up on what's been going on in the rest of our matches. Here we go. Here we go. We're halfway through. We're halfway through our best of fives here tonight. We had Maru. Maru took down Showtime 3-0. Shin took down Showtime 3-2. Again, it was a closer back and forth between Shin and Showtime, but does go the way of Shin in the end. And up next, we have a best of five between herO and Reynor, and a best of five between Clem and Classic. So 2 best of fives are remaining here tonight. Whew, as we catch up on these qualifying matches from DreamHack Dallas. Let's go. Let's go. As we're halfway through, we're going to be going on a short break. Jesus. It's already been 2 hours, an hour each series. Yeah, makes sense. But we're going to be going on a short break here, and when we come back, we will have herO versus Reynor coming at you next. That's going to be a qualifying match from Group B, and then Clem versus Classic thereafter. So we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after this short break. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the DreamHack Dallas catch-up stream. Here we go. We, of course, were live with this event last month. We were live casting it as one of the side streams, but there were some matches that did go uncasted. We're here to catch up. We're here to catch up with some of those matches. We're here to catch up with some of these best of fives, as we have 2 series left. We are halfway through the broadcast. We just wrapped up with Showtime versus Maru, with Showtime versus Shin. Now we have herO versus Reynor. Now this was broadcasted, I believe, on the mainstream, but unfortunately we missed out. We missed out on that at the time we were covering our own series. I think we were casting maybe Gabe versus Down, or no, maybe one of the other matches, Give Me Her versus Solar. Regardless, we're going to be jumping in, we're going to be catching up, we're going to be jumping into our best of 5 ZVP. Let's go. Let us go. Game 1 is going to be on Persephone, and again, it's always a treat to see these two face off. Rabbit, they're still outside, I say that, I saw them this morning, I haven't seen them since then though. They're just, you know, off foraging the lands. No, not like this, but here we go. We're jumping into our best of 5, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the red Protoss player, the South Green Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player, we have the blue Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. Here we go. We are jumping into our ZVP, jumping into our fresh best of 5. Let's go. And again, Reynor and herO, the two players that really haven't faced off quite often, just because of how little games we see from Reynor as of late. I say that Reynor, he's kind of like Cyril, where they don't really compete too often when it comes to the online weekly tournaments. Here we see every single week, almost every single day, in all these online tournaments, all these online cups. Reynor less so, and we'll see what he's been cooking, we'll see what he's been preparing in preparation here for herO. Let's go. Let us go. For now, we have our initial openers. Now nothing too crazy. We saw, I would say, a bit of a more passive ZVP last series. Showtime versus Shin, even when Shin was going for these all-ins or going for these more aggressive builds, would often do them on at least 3 bases, or mostly even on 4 bases. Whether it's 4th base just for larva or 4 base saturation into a 4 base all-in is what we typically saw from Shin, committing onto a lower tech army, or sometimes rushing into Hive, rushing into Lurkers, of course, forced into a longer game. We didn't see anything much earlier than that. There were no German taxis, there were no Queen walks across the map either. From the side of Reynor, I do expect more aggression out of our Zerg player. From our Protoss as well, true. Like, for the most part, Showtime was reacting, responding to his opponent, to Shin. Here we should be seeing a very different dynamic, as we have a very different kind of set of players. But now we're settling in. We should still be going for the initial Stargate into Oracle. herO, he does like to mix in Glaive It Ups. True. He was able to Glaive It Up the hell out of Cyril twice in the previous best of 7, and was able to catch Cyril with his pants down as well. So we could be seeing some of that in this series, I would imagine. But for now, it looks like a Stargate opener, as our pylons did not place in such a way to hide the tech. If the pylon was further back here, behind or next to the gas geysers, behind the mineral lines, then we could see a hidden tech structure. But here, Stargate. So Stargate opener out of herO, nothing crazy. No Twilight Council. So we are setting up. So we are settling in. Reynor just joining up his natural, taking his 3rd. Careful, rabbits. Australia can be a dangerous place. True. Everyone has to watch out for the rabbits. You're not wrong. Aye. Oh, as we are going not for an Oracle opener, we're going to be opening up with a Void Ray instead. Interesting. Now, this can be designed to high tech or not. That's the danger here with Void Ray. That's kind of the uncertainty that it does push these Zerg into. Void Ray will be hunting down the Overlords and will be keeping Reynor in the dark. From here, it could be Void Ray into a Fleet Beacon, into a rush into Tempest, or a rush into Carrier. Could be Void Ray into a 2nd Stargate, into a 2nd Void Ray. Could be Void Ray into an Oracle, into a 3rd, into a standard opener. Or it could be Hidden Tech, into a Twilight Council. Oh, but he's doing it! He's rushing into Skytoss, rushing into Tempest. I think Megawack was asking earlier, hey, like, are there any any builds that don't go oracles nowadays, that this is one of them. Yeah. So I mean, we even brought it up at the time, talking about Tempest Rush kind of build, where you open Void Ray and go into a Fleet Beacon, I should say, and there it is. So we're rushing into Tempest, or technically this could also be a carrier rush. That's also accessible here for herO, but just a very cheeky build out of our Protoss. And Reynor, he's somewhat aware that something is wrong. He's checking for a third. He's checking for a third base. He's aware of the Void Ray. He's aware that something is wrong. Does follow up with a Roach Warren. So basically, Reynor is getting ready for a Depths. If this was Glaive Depths, then Reynor, he would be ready for it. He is getting secure. Once again, he rotates. No expansion, no third. Again, this could be Tempest Rush. This could be a Depths. This could be something more committed. As herO is expanding. Tempests are amassing, getting into tectonic destabilizers. Again, the rush distance by air is quite short on Persephone, so this is one of the maps where this is even stronger, even harder. As Tempests are moving out. Does move out. Leads do scout, do confirm. Nice scouting here from Reynor. He's aware. Queen production is begun. Queens are rotating over towards the main. We do have some spores already in position. They're repositioning here in preparation for the Tempest. So very nice reactions here by Reynor. He's setting up well ahead of time. All thanks to the Zergling. Zerglings, they confirmed everything. Spire is already on the way. Hidden here at the third. Tempest are poking in. And again, these spores just buying time. Just buying time. Ensuring the Tempest doesn't get into the mineral line and doesn't shell away at the base. So again, it's all just about buying time here. It's not about killing the Tempest. The Tempest should not die to the Queens. That should not happen. It's all about keeping a cool, calm, and collected head. It's all about droning, taking extra gases, saturating. Lings and Roaches in position just in case there's a death counterattack. Gas geyser does go down, but again, we took extra gases. The extra gases have been taken. It's okay. It's okay. As we built up to 4 Tempest. And we'll see if they can kill the expansion. Can he get on top of the base? Can he get on top of the main? So far, almost gets a Queen. Does get one. One Queen goes down. A Spire has completed. Gets one drone as well. Ooh, gets another Queen. Yeah, more Queens are falling. And again, we're just buying time for the Corruptors. That's going to be another 2, another 3, 4 Queens going down. Yeah, 4 Queens, 5. Getting 6, 7, 8. All the Queens have fallen. Tempest, they break on through the expansion. The expansion should go down as well. Reynor is already taking a backup base. And the main will fall. Reynor, he bleeds out a couple of drones. 6 drones do go down. Corruptors have arrived. Oh, they force a recall. They get 1 Tempest. They get 1. They get 2. Massive pickoffs, actually. 2 Tempests go down. Only 3 Tempests remain. We have a couple of Void Rays to defend. And Reynor is hunting for the other Tempests. Going for Roaches behind this. Again, Ravager supports can actually do quite well here for the Corruptors. Reynor, he does resaturate already. So he's on Assault 3 base economy, retaking his main. And from here, Reynor, he still has that economy going his way. Going for the gold! Okay, true. I mean, here on Persephone, the gold is an option. And we'll take it. Gold is on the way. Roach speed is almost done. Again, we need those Ravagers. As Reynor is poking in. After all said and done, it's still a pretty tense position here. On the one hand, Reynor, his economy is fine, and the gold base allows him to recoup those losses, to recover. Void Rays, they're hunting for those fringe bases. They avoid the Corruptors. And we can see here is switching into Blink, into Storm, into a ground-based composition. And he does find the expansion. He ignores it. Does ignore it. He's going for bottom right. He wants economic damage, more than just a base, but that also means that he's going to get caught out. Is there a recall? He does go for the hatchery. And should snipe. Corruptors are coming from behind. They will get one Void Ray. Oh, did I say one? They're going to go 4. Or 5 even. Yeah, every Void Ray goes down. This is an expensive trade for herO. Ay. There's 5 Void Rays. The scary thing here is that yes, he killed the base, but remember the gold, it's done. The gold is done, so we can just transfer. We can just transfer straight to the gold base, so it does not matter. Now the gold is more exposed, true. Here he's going for it. He needs to bring down this gold. He cannot let it get up and running. Here it does move in. Boys are evacuated. Lings, oh, they don't quite come in from behind. Storm is done. And nice snipe. Very nice snipe here. Whew, okay. Now suddenly sniping the bottom right hand base was worth it. Because he gets both. He gets both expansions. Storm is coming in. That's a lot of roaches though. And roaches, they just barrel on through. Tempest, they're going to be forfeit. Losing every single Tempest. Losing all the Void Rays as well. And now there's no storms left. Yeah, there's no storms remaining. Here, he has to get the hell out of here. Does pull away. Behind this does have a decent economy. And again, we're in a weird place. Okay, so as it all settles here, we do see both players on around 80 workers. I would say that herO has the better economy. True. He does now have the better economy compared to Reynor. Reynor, he's massing up on Ling Roach Ravager. A very mid-tier army. A very cheap army as well. herO securing himself. Corruptors into the main. Ooh, going for +2. We'll bleed out a couple of Corruptors. herO does defend. herO defends. Storm, of course, is ready. He's got 3 storms with his main army. Nice control. Cleans up the Lings. Same time, Reynor going for a Roach counterattack. Just break into the natural. Oh, files don't quite connect. Yeah, nice split there, nice control from herO. Storm does zone, but here he has no reinforcements with this. Oh, diving on the main army as well. Very aggressive moves here from herO. We'll lose the Archon. Archon goes down. Back at him here, forced to defensively warp in. So no reinforcements. 10 more roaches on the way. 10 more roaches. More roaches do get into the mineral line. Oh, bit of miscontrol there by herO. He gets caught out. We do get a storm, but here he has to get the hell out of here. Yeah, he overextends. He overextends hard. Again, the reinforcements, they were just so delayed. If he could just keep going, then herO could have broken through. He could have broken through. But it'll cost him every High Templar. So no storms are left. No Templar remaining. herO is forced back home. And Reynor holds. Reynor, he barely holds on here. Again, just really nice counterattacks and run-bys by Reynor. Just forcing back those reinforcements, keeping herO pinned. Reynor does survive. Again, otherwise that could have just been game. that could have just been it. Reynor double expanding. Reclaiming the gold. And here, he still has a pretty robust army. Still looking terrifying. herO pulling away towards High Templar. Storms are ready. Oh. It's going to be 7 High Templar for herO. He's got 6 storms. Oh my god. Oh, doesn't connect. Thankfully. Wow, does not connect. herO trying to keep up. Nice storm. herO has a massive army. Does spend another storm here. We have to count them. He's got, what, 2 storms left. Cannot waste them. 2, soon to be 3. Gathering energy. the same time, Corruptors, they do hit the 4th. Here, he's maxed out. He cannot warp in. Uh-oh. Yeah, trading a base for a base. This expansion will fall. At the same time, Reynor catching reinforcements. Takes down the Immortal. Oh, at the same time, though, Reynor also getting caught out, losing every single roach. But here it does re-expand. Hopefully he transfers. As his workers along this is mining, that could factor in. There we go. Yeah, he notices. Does notice. Does pull away. Catching another, almost catching another Immortal. Almost. Yeah, throughout all this, Reynor, he was taking up into lurkers. The lurker line is done. And can he hold? Can he hold the line? Oh. Yeah, lurkers are everywhere. They're on the right, on the left. Reynor, he defends. Lingze busts into the bases. And here he's racing all the way back home. Forced a recall. Corruptors in the main. These Corruptors, they've done a great job. Again, they killed the expansion. It's a really nice movement there from Reynor, and he has made it. The Hive is done. Hive upgrades are on the way. More lurkers are building up. He's got 16, soon to be 19 lurkers. Madison's to the main. Here he just recalled. And no reaction. Yeah, doesn't see this. Doesn't see this in time. Madison will finish. Go nice into the main. Ooh, lurkers catching out the stalkers. Yeah, and here he'll lose everything. The stalkers, they crumble on both sides. Nidus is done. There's nothing in it. There's nothing in the Nidus. Oh, I'm loving the reinforcing Nidus though. Let's go. From here, the army can just teleport here from the center right into the main. There it is. Does head right in. Yeah, the production is under fire. Hero just falling apart here. Forced into a counterattack. All the High Templar across the map. Lurkers, they take over the main. They shut down the Skytos. They shut down the production. And we're going for the base trade. We're committing to the base trade. Hero again, he will lose his main. There are queens as well for transfuse. Let's go. Assuming we change. Never mind. Never mind. As here, he will clean up the main army. He will clean up his main base. Here at the same time, he's racing back home. Losing a lot of tech. Getting supply blocked. And we'll see if Reynor can get out. Ooh, oh god. As Bowser once again connecting. Oh, piling down the Tempest. Losing one, losing both Tempest. Nice Miles. Dark, is that you? Yeah, with that, Hero's been broken. Hero, this one, he has been broken. There's so many lurkers here. Nidus does reinforce once again. Storms are decent. But the High Templar, they just cannot push up the ramp. Not like this. Reynor, he barely overwhelms. Again, it was a very chaotic game, very chaotic. Good moments for both players. The Corruptors felt like were the MVPs. Remember, they sniped an expansion. They gave vision for the Nidus into the main. But again, a very close, very tense game here between both Hero and Reynor. And Reynor's double expanding. Just take more bases, take more expansions, maintain his economy. There's no more High Templar remaining. There's no more storms. GG gets called in. Reynor, he takes game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played again. Reynor, he does take a lead in the series. Again, a very intense back and forth there. Hero starting things off with a cheeky build, rushing into Tempest. Hey, he killed a base, killed an expansion, killed 6 drones, killed all the queens. Again, it wasn't a bad opener out of Hero. He got into the mid game. He was ahead. He was ahead in workers. The gold base was going to be a big factor for Reynor recovering in that game, and he failed to save the gold. Hero punished it. He shut it down. Like Hero, he was, again, much more in form coming into the mid game. And if you remember, Hero, he almost won the game with his push, but he was forced to warp in at home defensively. There was a Roach counterattack at the natural, there were Lings at the on the left hand side, there were Corruptors going into the main, so there was harassment that was distracting herO, forcing defensive warp-ins, which means he could not keep pushing with his first storm timing. You remember that storm timing, I feel like should have ended the game. It should have killed Reynor, but Reynor, he was able to hold, able to defend, able to counterattack. GG. GG, well played. With that, Reynor does take the first game, and now we're getting to game number 2. And what were the vetoes? Game 2 for the first time tonight is going to be on Last Fantasy. Let's go. Yeah, loading into Last Fantasy. Again, the most vetoed map in the map pool. I don't know what to expect. Let's go. As this map is a rare sight. Here's a rare sight. And here we go, spawning in the bottom hand corner of Last Fantasy. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Reynor. Sorry, it is herO for Twisted Minds. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. We go. Oh. Here we go. From here, we're going to be settling in. herO does scout bottom left, and now moving towards top left as well. We'll eventually find Reynor. And again, welcome to Last Fantasy. Last Fantasy is a 3-player spawn map. We see these kind of maps all the time when it comes to StarCraft Evolution, but it is a rarer sight here in StarCraft 2. So great to see its return here. Unfortunately, because it's so quirky as a map, it is the most vetoed map in the map pool, so we rarely get to see it. But I'm hoping it can survive, and survive the next map pool rotation, and I'm hoping that we can embrace some more 3-player spawn maps as well in the future. Despite like the fact that we rarely see games on this map, we don't really see a lot of cheese on this map. We don't really see a lot of all-ins. There are definitely some other features here that come into play. First things first, it is a very defensive map. We've seen a lot of players turtle up successfully on 3 and 4 bases due to all these choke points, due to all these ramps, due to all these points of elevation and narrow entrances. So as a result, we have seen players succeed when it comes to turtling and teching. We'll see if herO can do the same, or if herO has other plans in store for us. Likewise, it was herO that did open up with a rush into Tempest last game, so our eyes are on herO when it comes to what kind of crazy shenanigans he has up his sleeve. And again, the Tempest rush wasn't bad at all. Like, it achieved a lot of damage. It did achieve a lot. You could definitely argue that herO overextended with his Void Rays, and he did lose his Void Rays prematurely. True. You can definitely make that argument. But overall, I do still think that herO was ahead after the early game, after he'd killed that gold base. herO was in a better position. It was Reynor that clawed his way back in. Here he does a thread and a dive. Ooh, does commit to the shade. He's going to be shut down. Yeah, here it does overextend. Adept does fall. Nice big good here from Reynor. That means the third base is going to be that much more vulnerable for herO, as he's down to 1 Adept instead of 2. Now Reynor just claiming his third. Just droning, just saturating. Here, as Reynor, also as herO does threaten a dive. So far, Reynor is keeping up. He's keeping up his defending. We're still waiting for our follow-up tech here. This is going to be an earlier Twilight Council. Interesting. So earlier Twilight Council out of herO. herO, he is fond of going into earlier Blink to go into more Blink aggression early on. Otherwise, this could be Glaives. We're waiting for the Forge. If no Forge gets thrown down, it screams Glaive Adapts. 2 more gateways, 3 more gates, so we have a 4-gate setup here. And we are expecting Glaives. Unless we see like a last second Forge. But so far, no Forge. Oh, going into Blink. Okay. We did mention previously here that herO, he is fond of going into more Blink aggression, so it's always hard to call when it comes to herO. If he doesn't take his gases here, this can turn into an 8-gate 3-base all-in, so we'll keep an eye on the gases to see how committed he is. The fact that there's no Forge tells us that herO, like, he's not really thinking long-term. There's no longevity with this army, as he's going to be very far behind when it comes to the upgrades. That's why there's a higher chance that he might throw down more gates. So for now, he has a 4-gate setup. We'll see if he goes up to 6. Oracle pokes out. Again, we're waiting for either a late Forge for late upgrades or extra gateways. Oracle's affected. Do you see what I see? Extra gateways. 3-base all in. So there's going to be a 3-base all in here. So far, we do have a 5th gateway on the way. I mean, I say 3-base all in. We're expecting another pair of gateways as well. And again, no gases. No gases at the 3rd. There it is. Do you see what I see? Another gateway. There it is. Another gateway here at the natural. So extra gateways. Yep, proxy pylon, and there's the 8th gateway. There we go. So it's going to be a 3-base again. Oh, no, no! Oh, and Devs get caught out. Sorry, Stalkers, they get surrounded. And the all-in's being shut down ahead of time. The Queens, they push forward. The Oracle's doing what they can. The all-in has yet to really get into its own form here. Yet to really hit its stride. But so many Stalkers get sniped. Ay, 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 that was happening. That was 7 Stalkers going down. That's a full warp in. A rough start for herO. +1. Forge. This Forge tells us that herO, he believes that this won't work. Ay, ay, ay. So herO, he falters for good reason. He's getting up to, I believe, 9 gates. And he starts charge. Yeah, he starts charge. He's trying to transition out of this. Trying to work his way out of this all in. Reynor going for a counterattack again. Reynor, he's just all over this. The wall is open, gets into the natural. Warp in just now completing. herO? We're having fun. herO throws down a Nexus, forced to recall back home, which means this Nexus is going to be cancelled. There's no saving this. Ay, ay, ay. And with that, probes are falling. Critical damage. This base should never finish. Ay, ay, ay. Otherwise, he could have set up shield batteries here and then zero charge. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. Ah, no. herO is falling apart, Pappy. He's falling apart. 14 probe kills across the map as well. Ay, ay, ay. And herO, now he starts +1. Again, a very late +1 from herO. As he mentioned, he's trying to Frankenstein this build and trying to make it work. After he stumbled out the gate. Proxy's gateway gets shut down. herO now getting a 4th base. Late 4th out of herO. It's all just late. Reynor confirms. And upon seeing this expansion, that can tell Reynor to drone. Reynor, he's getting up to 3-base saturation. Getting up to, yeah, still building up to 3 bases. The drone count is still very low for Reynor, just because he stayed on a very low gas count as well. He's on, what, 3 gases? As herO moves out to repower the proxy, Lings, they move in for another run by. Catching out the Stalkers as well. Oh, no. And Reynor is still staying on a low drone count. He's droning up to 70. That's just over 3 base saturation. Here he's committing across the map. Reynor, he's been focusing on he's been fixated on building up his army. He's got 11 queens. And we have 4 oracles in the sky. He's crazy. Oh my god. Vials, they shut down one of the oracles. Station traps are denied. Lings, they hit the 4th base. Stalkers, they trade well for themselves. They do pick up some of the queens and some of the ravagers. The expansion survives. Shout out to the warpins. Warpins, they catch Reynor out. And here he defends back at home, but he will lose a big part of his main army. That was 11 stalkers falling and 3 oracles. We're making more, by the way. Making more oracles. Let's go. Oh god, Spinecall is already in the main? Jesus. I mean, that was from earlier, from the previous all-in. Wow, connects. Proxy is dealt with. And the oracles, they're trading well for themselves, but the queens are responding. And Reynor's about to max. He's about to max out. Now, Reynor doesn't have the most efficient army, as it's very Ravager heavy, but this is going to max nonetheless. And here is struggling to keep up. And again, here he has no power units. Like, he has no Storm, no Colossus, no Immortals, no Disruptors. Just purely Zealots and Stalkers. That's all we have. And Oracles, I guess they're the backbone of the army. Temple Archives now is on the way. Again, just because of how all-in and how aggressive and how committed here has been, that's why all the tech is late. And it's just been a very shaky game here from herO. Very shaky. But this game has also been very herO. 100%. Like, this game has just been herO freestyling, it almost feels. Which I appreciate. Do appreciate. I'm sure Reynor appreciates this as well. Like, let's go. He's an animal, Pap. He's an animal. As heroes enter into expands, we do see the Temple Archives is complete. Archons are morphing in. Reynor pushing towards the northern base and towards the 3rd as well. There are units in position. Now, what I'm a little bit concerned by here is that I feel like Reynor should be trading. Reynor, oh, speaking of, nicely done. Does trade with the Zealots. Bailey's they crash in. At the same time, Reynor pushing forward. He's taking up into Lurkers. Thankfully, he's all stuck on Ling Ravager. He's taking up. Ooh. Yeah, here involves the Stalkers. Going for the expansion. And behind this, the Lurkers are on the way. Oh, that was another kill. Yeah, that was another kill, not a cancel on the expansion on the Nexus. Ay, ay, ay. And here we go. Reynor just collapsing in once again. Files on the Oracles. They will avoid. Thankfully. To avoid Lings, they still trade well here against the Stalkers. Lurker Gen is done. Likewise, Hive is done as well, so we can work towards those upgrades. There it is. Hive upgrades on the way for the Lurkers. And Lurkers that will soon morph in. And here just cannot keep up. Remember, he has no Storm. He barely has an economy. Going for the expansion. And GG gets called. Reynor, he will overwhelm, and Reynor takes a 2-0 lead. Whew, GG. GG, well played. With that, Reynor, he will take a lead here. Again, a very chaotic game out of herO. Game 1 was more back and forth. Game 1, I would say, was even in favor of herO for a good portion of that game before it all slipped away, before it all slipped through his fingers, and Reynor recovered in Game 1. Here in Game 2, it was herO going for an attempted 3-base all-in, attempted 8-gate, if not even 9-gate 3-base all-in, but Reynor, he was able to spot it at a time. He was able to be proactive. Remember, he killed 7 Stalkers before the gateways came online and before Blink even finished. Like, it was just a really early shutdown of the all-in, and early on herO, he was forced to throw down a Forge, forced to start Charge as well. Like, he was already trying to get out of it. herO, he threw down a Nexus across the map, which was crazy. which made sense in regards to trying to like maintain that position and get shield batteries up and running. But if you remember, there was a Ling Rabbi at the same time. It distracted herO and he lost the base. It was a kill, not a cancel. Lost the Nexus. It was a crazy game. GG, well played. Reynor, he survives the aggression of herO, and now we're getting into game number 3. Let's go. Getting into game 3. It's going to be on Ley Lines, one of the more standard maps of the map pool. Thankfully. One of the more standard maps. We go. Spawning in the bottom corner of Ley Lines, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. Down in the series, we'll see if you can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, with the blue Zerg player himself representing Basilisk from the land of Italy. It is Reynor. We go. Here we go. As we're calming down and we're settling into Ley Lines, of course being one of the more standard maps of the map pool, not as small and not as short as maps like Pylon or Ultra Love, not as large as Maganatha or Incorporeal, right down the middle. As a result, so we get a standard game. Again, herO, he's done something crazy every game so far. Game 1, rush into Tempest. Game 2, 3-base all-in with Mass Blink Stalker. Game 3, what haven't we seen? We haven't seen Glaive Adepts. True, we haven't seen Adepts. We haven't seen a charge base all-in. We haven't seen something crazy like a Robo Opener. When it comes to Korean Protosses, they're not really too fond of opening up Archon Drop. Archon Drop has been rising in popularity in the meta, especially in regards to the European scene. Players like Skillus, Mana, Geralt, Showtime, Max Packs. But the Koreans like Classic and herO haven't really adopted it too much. I think Creator has. Creator, he does mix it in every now and then. The other Koreans less so. So I'm not really considering Archon Drop. But here we go. Here we go. Now Reynor force take the unnatural natural. For now, just droning up, just saturating, nothing crazy so far. We're just waiting for our tech. There it is going to be Stargate Opener out of herO. Standard opener so far. We'll see if he goes Void Ray or does he go Oracle. Wait for the first unit of choice. Likewise from Reynor, he's just going to be droning for the next couple of minutes. Then around the 4 to 5 minute mark, then we'll be able to see the tech of choice, whether he goes into an Evo Chamber, Roach Horn, or Faster Lair. We'll see. The depth does threaten the shade. So now it is going to be the Oracle first. Oracle opener here is going to be moving out. The second Oracle's on the way. herO does throw down an extra gateway here before expanding. So he moves out with the Adepts. Lings nice around. Will take down one of the Adepts across the map. Will delay the third. Adepts are moving in, and Lings, they bust into the mineral line. Oh, this should not have happened. The boys are being pulled. This shouldn't kill any workers here, but will delay mining time. Mining time is delayed. Lings, they force the pulsar beam. They get a full scout. They confirm another Oracle. So triple Oracle opener here out of herO. Does open triple Oracle. Oh, nice round by Reynor. Catches out both Adepts. This has been a rough start. It's a very rough start here. herO losing 3 Adepts so far. Does get one draw. No. The Oracle takes a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage, has to get the hell out of here. And thankfully, there is still one Oracle at home to defend. The Lings, they move out to try to force a cancel, but they should not cancel the third. And they won't. Behind this, Eva Chamber for +1 melee. Meanwhile, we do have a faster Twilight Council in Forge. Now, if this is anyone else, I would assume +1 in charge. I would assume +1 in charge on the horizon. But herO, he, again, is fond of going for, at times, earlier Blink and earlier +1. So we'll see if it's going to be +1, Blink, or charge. We'll see. herO, he hasn't confirmed the Eva Chamber. He sees the Roach Warren. Okay, he sees the Warren. He does confirm the Eva Chamber. But with the safety Roach Warren, we shouldn't go into charge. Not like this. Yeah, Blink. Blink is on the way. As you mentioned, if a Zerg player skips their Roach Warren, then you can skip Blink and go straight into charge and go into Storm and go into a more intense army. We saw Showtime make use of that against Shin earlier. It's a great effect. But Reynor's playing safe. He's playing it safe. Likewise, herO picks in. Oh, and we're going for an all-in. It's been mainly herO that's been going for all these twists and turns so far in this series, but here in Game 3, Reynor, he's going for a German taxi. We have Overlord Speed on the way. We have the Lair on the way to morph in the Drop Lords. Queens are amassing, Lings are amassing, Roaches as well, and we are going for said all-in. It's going to be on herO to realize what's going on, as so far he has not scouted. And again, so far in this series, herO, he's been the one deciding and dictating the pace of the game, right? He's been the aggressor. Game 1, rushing into Tempest. Game 2, going for his own 3-base all-in. But now it's on herO to react and to respond. And that's where sometimes herO can struggle. And here we go, here come the Drop Lords. So we actually, if you remember, we brought this up during the Shin versus Showtime series, how Reynor, he popularized this variation of German taxi. It's not your standard German taxi, it's more committed. We have Queens, we have Roaches, we have Lings, we have Ravagers, we have the Queens in the Drop Lords, that's true, but also we have Ling drops as well. We have a Ling drop here on the right and a Ling drop here on the left. The goal here is to go for a Ling drop into the main base and the natural at the same time while we all in at the third. So it's going to be a tri-pronged attack here from Reynor. We can see that herO is getting a safety cannon in the main, so he's somewhat prepared, but the natural is exposed. He's getting ready, he's trying to at least. Storm is almost done. Lings, they collapse in, they go for the High Templar, they try to catch him out. And then we'll get one High Templar goes down. Gets one, there's one Templar left. Does focus fire. Nice pickoffs, no Storm. Yeah, both High Templar go down. 0 storms, there's 1 storm coming in. 1 storm connects, but only 1. And the third is being broken. Lings into the main, but again, there's a cannon to defend. Lings into natural, the natural is exposed. And probes are going to be going down. The boys are being pulled to defend. And Reynor, he's pulling herO apart. Queens are getting called out. But the probes, yeah, the probes are falling. The Ling drop does cripple. And because this variation of all-in, if you don't break the third base, the Lings, they usually get damage done. Like this, 63 probe kills. Insane damage. GG gets called, and Reynor, he will overwhelm. Reynor, he will take the series 3-0, taking down herO. GG. GG, well played. Again, this is the variation of German tactics that is very popular amongst the European Zurich players, from players like Reynor, from players like Lambo as well, and a laser. GG, well played. Whew. Oh my, does break through. Again, here he just wasn't quite ready for it. He was being greedy himself. Remember, he was rushing into Storm, and unfortunately for herO, if you remember, he had 3 High Templar. He had 3 High Templar, and we only saw 1 Storm because the first 2 High Templar got sniped. They got sniped early on at the 3rd base, so that did deny 2 Storms. And even if herO had them, I don't know if 2 extra Storms would have been enough to save the 3rd base. There was just so much there for Reynor. And again, herO, he was gearing up towards a longer game. He was teching, he was investing into upgrades. Wasn't quite ready for set all in. GG, well played. With that, Reynor, he will claim the series to 2 pros remaining. Crazy, buddy. And with that, Reynor, he will take down herO. Of course, he was knocked down to the lower bracket where he faced off against Rogue to make it through into the playoffs. But Reynor did advance on in 1st place. And it was a really dynamic series. Again, like herO, he was looking really strong in the 1st game. Less so in Game 2 and Game 3. Like Game 2 and Game 3, Reynor was just all over herO. Game 1 was kind of the chance for herO to set the pace and to set the tone for the series, but barely didn't quite make it through. Like Game 1 was so close and so clutch. I would say the highlight for the series. Game 2 and Game 3, more one-sided. More one-sided in favor of Reynor. GG, well played. With that, Reynor, he does make it through, and now we have 1 series remaining here tonight. We have 1 more best of 5, a TVP between Clem and Classic. Let's go. Final best of 5. Just setting up. Beautiful. As we're jumping into Game 1, Game 1 is going to be on torches. Here we go. And again, we've been seeing a lot of TVP as of late, and we have been seeing a shift in the meta as well in regards to how aggressive and how defensive certain players have been as of late. But here we go, we're jumping into game number 1, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of torches, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. I started saying French, and then in my brain I was like, isn't he Italian? It's like, no. we just casted Reynor. Reynor's still in the brain, but yeah. Este Reynor. Interesting location for the initial gateway. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter as much here. Welcome to Torches. Welcome to Torches. Torches is one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool, but we see it more in these best of 5, so we get to experience Torches once again. As Classic, he's already mining through those gold mineral patches. Okay. So typically your first gateway is used to wall up the Reaper Cliff, but remember, there's no Reaper Cliff coming into the main base here on Torches, and Classic is being cheeky, already mining out and already breaking into the center of the map. Of course, that is one of the big features here of Torches, is you have this mineral wall here to gain access towards these center bases and to try to rush into the gold, or even go for a proxy Stargate. He's going for the gold. He's crazy. he's going for the gold. Let's go. Okay, I don't think I've seen a Protoss rush into the gold bases natural before, so we're seeing it here and now from Classic. Let's go. The gold base has been taken. And we'll see if Clem is able to recognize what's happening and if he's going to be able to punish it as well. SCV Scout is coming in. Este Classic. Back at him, economic opener. Racks expand out of Clem. Does open up economically. Does go in for the scouts. Remember, the initial pylon is hidden, making it look like a proxy. And does he find it? Oh! He does not. Bunker's on the way. Oh, Jesus. He threw down the bunker. He does cancel again. We do see Clem. He's panicking a little bit here. He believes he's being cheesed out, and everything he sees does tell him that. He's looking. Okay, he's searching for the proxy, trying to figure out what's going on, setting up on the high ground. When really Classic is expanding. Oh my god. Not like this. Meanwhile, we do see a reactor on the way here going into zone 111. Clem coming back in. No, it's still not. Still searching. Gold base is being saturated. Twilight Council's on the way for a classic. And classic building up towards a Twilight Council. Because of this, he could go into charge. True, because of the boosted economy, we could see a charge 2-base all in here by classic instead. I mean, remember how wide the natural is here on torches as well. It's a very wide ramp, very accessible natural. Blink. Okay, he's going to blink, not charge. Blink is on the way. Safety cyclone out of Clem. Zero mining at the natural. Clem, he's terrified. He's forced back. He did not get the bunker on the low ground either. No low ground bunker. Getting oversaturated. Clem going for the second racks. So he's building up towards a 3-1-1. With the drop, he will eventually figure out what's happening. Eventually. Mining out his own patches. Oh my god. Classic going for the other goal base. I have seen Rogue do this, if you recall. It was Rogue versus herO, where Rogue took both bases. No, sorry, it wasn't Rogue. Rogue versus herO. Rogue is where he went for the all-in. It was after that series. Oh. Yeah, it was, sorry, it wasn't Rogue versus herO, it was Rogue versus Classic. That's it. Yeah, true. It was in GSL Season 2. And there we go, now he knows. Now he does find the ninja base, does find the gold. Now Clem is aware of what's been happening, now he knows. And he's already mined through these patches, let's go. He's moving in. His goal here to punish the gold base. But yeah, so it was Rogue versus Classic, where Rogue did this against Classic, actually. Stalker goes down. So let's go down. Blink is almost done. The boys are being pulled. Can he dive on top of the tank? Can he dive in? He can. He will. The tank does go down. Does cost him 9 probes, though. A lot of workers are going down. Is this worth of a Classic? Is it worth it? It is a nice punish cheer from Clem. Medevac goes down. There's a tank further behind this. Classic pushing with the range of the tank. Banshee's going to be on the way. And again, Classic does lose so many workers here trying to defend. Oh no! Oh, Blink's in. That was crazy. Does get the tank. Just barely. That was a crazy dive at a Classic. It paid off. Did pay off. Bullies back the Marines, takes over control of the area of the entrance of the mineral wall. And he's saturating the gold. The gold base is getting saturated, so is the other. It's building up here on 3 bases. We have Cloak Banshee on the way. Now, what's terrifying, as you can see here, this happens in PvP with DTs. It happens in TvP as well. Where is the detection? That's... the answer is it doesn't exist. There's no Forge, there's no Stargate, there's no Robo. There is 0 detection right now for Classic. So, Cloak Banshees... Oh, he cancelled. He cancelled Cloak! Yeah, he canceled. He could have just gone crazy with it. He canceled Cloak Bath. Yeah. Never mind. Never mind. I mean, still pushing in anyway. Does have his 2 tanks. Decent blink here, but nah, Clemmy has too much anyway. He has too much. He breaks through the Stalkers. Charge just now finishing. And Clemmy just bullies his way through, gets into the mineral line once again. And Classic kind of holds. I mean, there were 2 avenues of attack here. I mean, Clemmy's just breaking through anyway, but he could have been fancy with Cloak. Could have also been successful. Regardless, breaks the expansion. Classic does have a backup gold on the way. And then is saturated. But what the scary thing here is that Clem, he can break this gold, and then bam, he can just push into the main. He can just push straight for the main from here. He has access. At the same time, we do have a proxy gateway across the map, warping in at charge lots. Classic forcing Clem back home. Does force him back. Does force him all the way. Getting a couple of SCV kills, buying time, allowing the goal base to get up and running. Okay. Classic re-expanding. Classic is still in this game. It's still a really shaky game state. It's very shaky. but he's in this. As Clem is slowly taking his third. He's not pushing. He's not going for the all-in. Clem is expanding from here. 3 Banshees move out. There are some Stalkers in position. No shield battery. Again, if we had Cloak, this could end the game. There's still 0 detection, by the way, for Clem. The Robo's still in production. Sorry, for Classic. Robo's still in the way. With that, the Banshees are deflected. Classic is keeping up. Oh my god. Banshee's getting caught out. Losing 2 Banshees for not much. Better defense here for Classic. Catching up the Banshees. Remember, he's still got the gold. Still has the gold base. He does break out. And does Clem have the wherewithal to check for the gold? Does he check the expansion? He will. Yeah, he does move in. Does check. He spots the army at least. Very nice depot wall. It walls up, does repair. The armies, they pass by each other. We're going for the base trade. Clem straight into the natural. Classic also straight into the natural as well. The base trade is upon us. Diving straight into the main, actually. Boys are being pulled. We're coming in with the surround. Yeah, the boys are coming in. Aye, aye, aye. Wouldn't mind Zoop Burrow. A lot of SC's going to be falling. That's a lot of charge lots. Yeah, Zelsay break on through. At the same time, Clem also busting into the main. SCVs and workers are falling. Probes alike. Probes and SCVs alike, I should say. But alas, we do hold the line. Clemmy's holding. Yeah, Clemmy's holding on. He's building up his army, more Marines, more Marauders. At the same time, Clemmy breaks down the production. Clem still has an army. He's trading. He's trading well. Can't pick up. Pulls away. Oh no. Saves whatever he can. Or at least tries to. Yeah, it does focus fire as many Stalkers as possible. Clem is racing back home. Takes care of the main. And yes, Classic, he has an economy, but he has no production. He has 1 gateway. He's warping in, sorry, 2 gateways. 2, right, he has a proxy. True. So he has 2 gateways. Warping in 2 units at a time. The drop does make it back home. We have the great migration here with the orbitals. And Clem, he can just fight head on. Plenty of Marines, plenty of fire. Nice kiting. Sims on forward. The choke point is brutal, takes care of all the zealots, and Clem holds. Clem holds. Clem, he takes down the observer. 3 Stalkers survive. And Clem, will he ever scout the gold? Will he ever? Will that happen by the time the game ends? Aye, aye, aye. We have more gateways on the way. And GG gets called. He will never scout the gold. And Clem, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. A crazy game 1, by the way. Classic rush fake. Sorry, a lot happened there. Classic, he faked a proxy with the hidden gateway, with the hidden cybercore. He went straight for the gold base instead. He somewhat got away with it. He went for both gold bases. But Clem, I mean, he didn't hold back. He was able to mine through the patches early on. He was able to get on top of the gold, able to shut it down. Again, with his tank Banshee aggression. He could have gone into Cloak, opted not to. Just pushed out with tank Banshee, broke the gold. GG. GG, well played. Things were very chaotic there with the base trade, and there was definitely an opportunity for Classic, but Clem traded so well back at home. He had reinforcements, he pulled the boys, he held the line. And with that, Clem does claim the first game. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting into game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on Persephone. Oh, here we go. Persephone, another interesting map as well. It does have a short rush distance by air, similar to Torches. Likewise, has a very direct rush distance across the map. And we'll see how aggressive our players are going to be this time. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Green Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Here we go. As we are settling in. Are calming down. Oh, this time the gateway is a much more standard location. We're not hiding the first gateway, we're not faking out a proxy. This time a standard opener out of Classic. No fake outs. Of course, there is a goal base on Persephone, true, so that may factor in, especially if we end up in a long macro game. Typically, Classic is the kind of player that does thrive in the mid game, and if he sees an opportunity, he will rush into Skytoss in this matchup. But we'll see if we can get there. We'll see if we can get there. It's a very old referencing ID. EGOGS Prime. Let's go. Very old school. As now, gate expand. Or gate type expands and opening out a Classic. I don't recognize the RC reference, I'll say that. Another. Do you have our rack expand economic open out of Clem as well? Okay, does go for the economic start. Oh, remember when EG had the RC suffix? Raid call. Is that what it's from? Ah. That was before my time. Or I just never noticed. RC Raid call. Ah, there you go, there you go. I made this nickname when all the clans were active. Crazy, crazy. Smooth. That's an ID. There's so much history there. So much in one phrase. Good times, good times. As behind this, we have a follow-up. We have a take of choice. Twilight Council opener here at a Classic. Does open Twilight Council in towards Blink. Meanwhile, we do have a Clem opening up with a Mind Drop. So nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. So far, pretty standard passive early game when it comes to our openers. herO was looking to see that then. True, true. As we are moving out. So moving out, the Mind Drop is going to be on the horizon here from the side of Clem. Classic 2-gate blink? No shot. Okay. Let's go. A rare build nowadays with 2-gate blink into a third. Very greedy build here by Classic. Does cut some corners. Against an economic opener, this makes sense though. Again, there's nothing to really threaten Classic. It's a Mind Drop, right? A Mind Drop is going to get a couple of probe kills, but that's it. So this third base is safe. So a greedy build here by Classic, but calculated as well. Hallucination does confirm the Mind Drop. Does confirm. And behind this, Clem building up towards a 2, soon to be 3-1-1 setup. And Classic should get away with his greed. So we have a Mind Drop followed by the Raven Harass as well. Again, something that we didn't really get to touch on, even though we've seen a lot of all-ins in TVP as of late, that's mainly been from the Korean side of things. Clem does mix in all-ins, don't get me wrong, but he's less so willing to embrace them as opposed to players like Maru or Bunny or Cure or Gumiho, for example. I would say that Clem is a little more macro-oriented, similar to Beyond, actually. Beyond, I would say, is the most like macro-oriented out of the Korean Terrans right now in TVP. where Bjorn's also more willing to take a third base and expand. Same as a Clem. Mine shot, nice bait. Very nice. Baits at the mine shot, cleans up all the mines. With that, Classic does defend, getting to his own gateway follow-up into +1, charge. There's going to be a delayed splash damage build here from Classic, and eventually working towards either Colossus or Storm. Here we go. Clem does poke in. As Clem does poke in. Again, just some auto shot harass. Nothing crazy. Classic is looking to gain map control. Looking to gain it. And from here, Clem has to make a choice. Either we throw down 2 more Raxes and actually turn this into a 2-base all-in, or we throw down a 3rd CC and macro from here. The problem is, the longer this goes on, yeah, the worse it's going to be. There it is, 3rd CC is on the way, so Clem, he is opting to get into the mid-game. Let's go. So we're slowing things down. Again, this is just such a direct contrast between this series and the Maru series. Maru versus Showtime was over by now. Where Maru was just going for non-stop 2-base all-ins. Just non-stop 2-base all-ins against Showtime, and did break him. Here, Clem slowing things down, getting a 3rd base, dropping into the main. Spotted by the Observer. That Clem spots the Observer as well. Nice snipe. Keen eyes out of Clem. Does catch him out. We're setting up. Catching out the Stalkers, at least trying to. Again, Clem does gain map control. Behind this, remember, he's expanding. Claiming a 3rd base. Just posturing here with Classic. Tries to go for the Zealot Rumba, he gets caught out. Nice catch here from Clem. Getting 1, 2 Zealots. Likewise, Clem moving out to deny the 4th. Very nice timing. He moves in. The 4th base is going to be cancelled. There's nothing here. Yeah, brutal pickup. Denies the 4th. Rotating over. Catches Zealots once again. Yeah, Zealots have to get the hell out of here. Classic being torn apart. Losing the 4th base. Losing his Zealot run by. Clem, he's tempted. He wants to go for the dive. He wants a Colossus. He wants it. Oh, no, doesn't quite get it. Okay, he does pull away in time. Nice mine shots. Nice mine connection. Clem calming down. Oh. Yeah, Classic diving on the opportunity. Catching out some of the fire. Clem pulls away. And he should disengage. Should just disengage from here. Get the hell out of here. Bleak Stalkers will pick off a couple of stray units. Clem switching into Viking production. Switch in. 3rd base getting fully saturated. Classic retaking his 4th. But again, it was delayed. Clem got what he wanted. He traded well. And coming into the mid-game, I do favor Clem here. Clem currently has the better economy. Ideally, the Protoss wants to be up a base. They want to be up an expansion, up a mineral line. That's not the case here for Classic. 4 CCs already on the way. Ay, ay, ay. And likewise, upon seeing the Colossus, we're already working towards Mass Viking. Meanwhile, that's going to be a 2nd Robo here for Classic, so he's not going into Storm. This is going double Colossus production into double Disruptor production. Or into Immortals. Both are viable. Going into Immortals or Disruptors. But we're gearing up towards a longer game. Ghost Academy is on the way for Clem. We have a Zealot run by set up on the left-hand side to get spotted. Clem is aware. He splits off his army. Does split up. He's ready. Okay, he's looking for the run by. Classic, he pulled away after he got scouted, so good move here by Classic. Prism into the main. And the main base is exposed. Disruptors are amassing. Classic at least has map control. He's double expanding to catch up. Gets his 4th base, now getting his 5th. And he's holding onto that drop. Ideally, you want to wait for Clem to move out. You want to wait for the Terran to be active or to be distracted. Then you go in with the Prism. Speaking of distraction, here comes Classic. And again, I don't think he really intends to try to break the base or break the main army. Just keep Clem's attention elsewhere. Oh, the Prism gets scattered though. Gosh, out to the factory. Yeah, he has to move in. Prism is seen. There's a turret. Vikings moving in position as well. Ooh, yeah, brutal blink. Mind shall Zoo punish. Prism into the main. It's going to be shut down. Zelton towards the 3rd base. Bunkers in position. And Clem holds. Yeah, Clem, he defends the main. He defends the 3rd. And he deflects the main army as well. So Clem, he's just all over this. He shuts down all the aggression. Classic has to back off. Now, Classic, he does have at least map control, that's true, but that doesn't really mean much if he can't slow Clem down. As Clem is maxed. Clem, he's maxed out. He's ready to push. Once again, another counterattack on the left-hand side. Disruptors are out. It is much more committed. Bunker goes down. And from here, as Classic is maxing out, he needs to start thinking... actually, I was going to say start thinking about taking up. At this point, he can commit to ground toss. He doesn't need Sky Toss until Liberators hit the field. Doesn't need it yet, so 3rd Robo. So triple Disruptor production. Catching out some of the Ghosts. Nova goes up. Nice splits. Very nice splits. It does avoid the Novas. Barely anyone connects. Yeah, they don't connect. Disruptor's going to be going down. The splits were crazy. Oh, finally good connection. 2 Ghosts go down towards the end, but is that good enough? Yeah, it takes down the Disruptor. Another Nova goes off. Better connection towards the end once again. So we have 2 decent connections. But that's it. Only 2 connections. Not good enough at the same time. Masses out the counterattack. SCV's going to be going down. Zelts into the natural as well. Not bad. And Clem, he races back home. He races back home to defend against the Zealots. Oh no, the Vikings! Glad can take it up behind. The Viking count gets reset. Classic is holding, but he's stuck with purely a gateway composition. Maybe thinking, what happened to all the Disruptors? They all died. Like, all the Disruptors got sniped. Now it's just purely gateway, purely Zealots. The Swarm Toss. Let's go. Diving in the army, brutal EMP. Yeah, Clemmy kites well against this. Disruptors are being rebuilt. Now we're up to 3, soon to be 6 Disruptors. Another Zealot run by. Classic claiming the gold. Now there is now a lot of pressure on Clem to deny that gold base. He does scout. He does know. He's worth the gold. With the Viking count being reset, this is where Classic can go back into Disruptor, sorry, into Colossus. Can go back in. Nova's going up. Nice connections. Better connections here from Classic. Clem going for trying to defend. Likewise, CC is going to be denied. And Clem is still stuck at home. He's down to how many ghosts? 1. Oof, just 1 ghost. It is terrifying trying to be active with only 1 ghost. Going for the drop instead to get spotted by the Observer. Nice scouting here by Classic. He's racing on over, forced to recall back home. Does recall to the main. And he's ready for this. Yeah, he blinks in. Gets up. Gets 1. 1 medevac goes down. And should clean this up. At the same time, Classic does rotate over towards the 3rd. Gets a ghost. Remember, the ghost count is low. Ghost goes down. Clem coming in from behind. Trying to catch out the Disruptors. Novas don't quite connect. Clem once again trying to catch him off. Or trying to cut him off. Does try to. Classic, he breaks out. He does get away. He has the high ground. Clem has to race back. He cannot push into this. Again, he has no Liberators. Not yet. Liberator production has just now begun. Liberation is on the way. Likewise, he still only has 1 ghost. Like, there's just no ghost here. Oh no, I'm down to 0. Yeah, 0 ghosts left. 1 EMP goes up. That was a decent. Yeah, decent Novas here from Classic. But now we have Liberation. Now he has to get the hell out of here. Liberators, they hold the line. Oh. Clem will chase him down. Stepping him forward, takes down one of the disruptors as well. And I feel like Classic should leave. I know! Yeah, he gets caught. 2 more disruptors, he has to get the hell out of here. herO was used earlier. He's trying to reinforce. Classic making a stand. Gets another ghost. Another ghost goes down. Kills the CC. Once again, a solid Nova. Nova connects, we're down to 1 disruptor. Down to 0. And Clem holds. Clem holds, he does clean this up. Behind this, Classic, he has the gold, he can afford these trades. He has a bank, at least a mineral one. He has a mineral bank. Clem, he needs an expansion. Floating over a CC. Does scan, does spot the gold. Sees it fully saturated. And this is still neck and neck, still anyone's game. Back up to 6 disruptors. Likewise now to 2 ghosts. Against a mass gateway composition, only having 2 ghosts is pretty brutal. Oh. As EMP is not much more important, but very nice target firing. Catching out 3 more disruptors. Just 2. Catching out 2 more. There's 1 disruptor left. The cooldown, I mean, it's on cooldown. Takes out the disruptor. Zelrun at the same time. 19 SCV kills. Let's go. Zelte pop off. Clem is crippled. Yeah, the economy is crippled. He's forced to commit. Pushing into cannons, pushing into shield batteries. Yeah, the best fight that Classic can hope for. And he does hold 20 SCV kills. Classic, he's doing it. He's holding. He defends, he attacks. Classic, he can rebuild. He has the bank. He has the economy, I should say. Has the bases. But Clem does move out. Going for a split push. Okay. Takes down the Nexus. Nice pickoff. Doesn't get the mineral line, but does get the base. At the same time, army's out of position. Now jumping into the main. Does force the recall. Recall's now on cooldown. And Clem is going for the gold. He's going for the gold. Classic is trying to race on over. Only with half his army. Cannons are going down. Zelts from behind. Only a handful of Zelts though. I don't think that's going to be enough. That'll be close. Okay, it's enough. Nice target firing, getting 1, 2, 3 disruptors. Oh my god. And this is mainly a medevac army. There's not much here. There's not much left for Clem. Clem, meanwhile, takes out 2 expansions. Gets a mineral line. Has to get the hell out of here. Well, on the left-hand side, he got 1 Nexus. He got the other Nexus as well, so 2 bases. And dropping back into the gold. This time, no cannons. This time, there's no cannons. Pushed into natural. Classic racing back. Remember, recall's on cooldown. Classic being torn apart. And Clem, he wants that gold. He wants that gold base. 20 probe kills. And finally, the planetary's up. Finally, it's up and running. Finally, Clem, he does get a fresh mining base. It took a long time. It took like, what, 3-4 minutes. And we're going for a base trade. No, he responds. Okay. No base trade. Does respond. As another ghost is going to go down. Expansion is denied. I'm racing over. No, it doesn't connect. Oh my god, the target firing takes out both disruptors. 0 notice connect, and he does commit. Yeah, he does move out on the right-hand side, so he does go for the base trade. He will lose control of his own third, but he takes care of the gold. And this was the most, or one of the most important bases here for Classic. how long this is mining. He's got one full base here, no gases, bear that in mind. Classic, this is hurting him. He has no gases top right and no gases in the center. He has one gas here towards a third. So a low gas count. That's why he's so zealot heavy. That's why he has so many zealots. And not as many disruptors or Colossus. Yeah, better flank here from Clem. Comes in from behind and he'll get us around. He gets a full surround here. Classic. Not the fight to take. He'll lose everything. The Colossus, the Zealots, the Stalkers as well. And Clem's done it. Clem, he's finally done it. He breaks the main army. Classic caught in this around. And now there's nothing to defend. There's nothing here. Clem, he can just keep on pushing in a very intense back and forth. Early on was dominated by Clem, but then Classic, he clawed his way back in. Ah, it was beautiful. It was intense. Both players, they had their moments. I mean, hey, there was a time when Clem, like, he was losing bases. He lost 20 SCVs earlier, if you recall. Clem, he was in a dire position, and what did he do? He dropped. Remember, he dropped in towards the main. He killed 2 bases. He broke the third. He tore Classic apart. Despite being down in economy. And then he snowballs into this. Snowballs into this, man. 27 more probe kills. He stims in, takes down the final Colossus, and Clem, he has done it. He has broken Classic. I mean, he broke him earlier. And with that, there's nothing left. There's nothing left. GG gets called, and Clem, he will take a 2-0 lead in the series. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A very impressive play there by Clem. And again, a shout to Classic, because this was not one-sided by any means. Initially, I would say that Clem had the stronger start to the game for sure. He had a very impressive early game to get into the mid game. Then Classic was able to get map control away from Clem. Classic from there was able to eventually tear him apart himself. Remember, he was denying the 4th base. Sorry, denying the 5th. He was denying the 5th base time and time again, keeping the economy low for Clem. He got a mineral line as well, but Clem, he did drag himself back into it, or clawed his way back in. GG. GG, well played. With that, Clem is up 2-0, and we'll see if Clem can claim the series here and now, or if Classic can fight back. Let's go. We're getting into Game 3. Game 3 is going to be on Ultra Love. Ooh, a much smaller map. Much smaller map. And we'll see if Clem takes a more aggressive approach. Remember, Clem, he went for a very economic opener, very passive opener. He went for a Rax expand into a mine drop into Raven harass. Get a bit of a slower start to the game. But here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Virtus Pro down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the French Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. I had no idea you can do that. Yeah, I remember that was a message posted when Classic, he avoided the mine shot by diving into the gas geyser. There's a couple of different ways where you can avoid mine shots like that. Like, you can bait it by jumping into a gas geyser. You can bait it with a drone by morphing into like a gas geyser, or morphing into a spore, morphing into a building. So you can bait the mine shot on a morphing in worker. It have shades as well, right? You can shade just at the right moment to avoid the mine. Or you can pick up micro as well, with a prism, with a medevac, with dropper lords. There's a couple of neat ways to do that. A couple. Here we go. Here we go. We're getting to our next game. And double gas. Okay, so Clem, he does mix it up here. Double gas opener out of our Terran player, going for a faster factory. If I'm not mistaken, I believe this is the first time we're seeing double gas this series. If I'm not mistaken, I believe we had an economic opener in game 1 on torches. And of course, economic opener last game as well. So we have a much more aggressive start, which makes sense here on Ultra Love. Welcome to Ultra Love. Ultra Love has a shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression and all-ins are favored here on Ultra Love. And we'll see what Clem goes for. Here we go. Clem's anti-disruptor micro is inhuman. He had really solid control against the disruptors, whether it came to sniping them or avoiding their shots. There were a couple of good novas from Classic, definitely, but there were more missed shots than connecting shots. I want to say that there were like 3 or 4 solid novas out of Classic, which again, like, he was holding his own. He was holding his own for a time. Like, what makes for a solid game is to have, you know, a back and forth between the two players. Oh, hello. As we are opening up with a proxy starport. Let's go Hellion drop. I mean, I say Hellion drop, so this could be one of two things. It's going to be, again, double gas, faster factory, into the faster starport, into reactor to Hellion, and this can be Hellion harassed towards a natural and a Liberator rallied into the main, or it could be a medevac and just drop into the main. So one of the two. Either Liberator or medevac. Ooh, Classic, he will scout. He will confirm. It is going to be the medevac here, and Classic gets eyes on this. He knows. He is aware. And he can get ready. Does have that shield battery in the main. Clem, he knows he got scouted. Committing anyway. But no longer has that surprise factor. The correct thing to do here is just rally into the main and then wall off. Yeah, there you go. So he just does fully wall off the natural, rallies into the main base. That's a full building wall as well. And Clem actually dropping into the natural. Nicely done. Army's out of position. Yeah, Classic expecting the drop into the main base, but the drop into the natural instead. Probe's going to be going down. Getting 4 or 5 workers. Very nice rotation here from Clem, despite being scouted. Very nicely done. And again, 3 Hellions, a one-shot probes. Oof. Getting 7. Getting up to 7 so far. Is going to be cleaned up. Medevac does escape, and not bad. Again, that was 4 Hellions and 1 Reaper for 7 workers. On top of that, did force some lost mining time, did force out a second pylon. Liberator has arrived, so it was dropped into Liberator. And back at him, Classic Clem, he's building up. Classic going for the counterattack. Classic, he commits. Liberator doesn't come back home. Hellion drop back into the natural. Liberation into the main. Classic moving in. Oh, and late reaction, late reaction. Yeah, he's focusing elsewhere. He's distracted. Breaks into the natural, gets a couple of SCVs, but probes are falling, getting 5 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. Oh. And Stalker's being forced back. Tank does bully them. Now we have a second tank as well. Oh god. The tank boys are insane. And Classic is just being forced out of the natural. Clem holds. Clem he holds, he defends. Meanwhile, Liberator's still getting more damage. Gets to the 4 probes. Yeah, 11 kills in total. Getting up to 12. Better damage from Clem. And behind this is building up. He's just building up his tank counts, building up his bio, working on medevacs to eventually push across the map. Right now, there's pressure on Classic to get something done. Remember, he hasn't even expanded yet. Late third, very late third base from Classic. He's so committed on 2 bases. And there's no bunker. Okay, there's an opening. He's going for it. He's going for it. Can he get on top of that tank? Just poking in. Doesn't dive. Just picks away at the starport. Does force it to reposition. Stalker's backing up. Oh, right, there's no blink. In my mind, I'm like, yo, is he going to blink on the tank? There is no blink, so he can't. Cannot dive in. Has to pull away. I mean, that's just how delayed Classic is. So late tech, late expansion, late economy. Clem is looking solid. So far, at least. Is looking solid. Blink is revealed. Clemmy gets away in time. Does pull away. Third CC's in production. You could make an argument that from here, Clem could successfully just go into a 2-base all-in and just pull the boys. Just pull the boys, build up to 4 or 5 tanks, and just send it across the map. But here, he's taking it slow. He's getting a third CC. There's no need to commit. He's now switching into Widowmine production, out of tanks. And going for draw play. He's taking it slow. Also, yeah, my apologies. My apologies. Didn't quite update the bracket command. Didn't quite. Like how we realized at the end of the broadcast. God damn it. We all drop into the third. Clem breaks out. Now he's got medevacs. Now remember, Clem, he's still expanding behind this. He still has a follower. He's not all in. Just forcing Classic back, gets 5 more probe kills. Aye. For 1 drop of Marines. Likewise, going for a mine drop into the main. Clem, he backs off. Now we can expand. Soon takes the third. And we'll see if Classic can catch Clem out of position. Dragging him towards the left-hand side. Stalker's moving in, but Clem, he turns around in time. He has made it. Let's go. Making use of the tower. And we're just waiting for Clem to saturate his third base. Like, on the one hand, again, Clem, he had no intention of committing across the map. He doesn't need to. He was already ahead, and he still is. Ideally, we spoke about this before, but Classic wants to be up a base and up a mineral line, and he's not. He's equivalent here on bases. He's down in economy. The 4th base is no, yeah, it's too late. It's too late. It's not going to get up and running. Is denied. Classic's in trouble. He can't have on top of the tanks though. Gets 1, gets 2, gets up to all 3. Oh my god, barely does. All 3 tanks go down. Very nice catch here by Classic. Despite that, he cannot engage head on. Decent force fields, locking back the army. Does zone Clem away. And that was maybe the best fight that Classic could have hoped for. He sniped all 3 tanks. But there's still just so much bio left over. He's also going to dive in. They do distract. I'm still rallying. And there's 1 Colossus on the way. With a Colossus, Classic, he might be able to hold on. Coming in from behind. Yes, I'll say avoid the Widow Mines. They try to avoid the mines. Clem's still rallying, going for the expansion. Classic, he has to commit. Does get a force field. Cashing out a couple of Marines. Stalkers are now coming in. And he has to surround. The Colossus has arrived. So the Colossus got the Stalkers. Does try to dive in. Pushing into the Widow Mines though. Oh god. Yeah, Widow Mines are connect. They shut down the Zealots. No more Zealots left. And with that Clem, he breaks through. He breaks through. Zealots, they just evaporate. Oh god. Vikings arrive as well. They take down the Colossus. No shield battery. Those mines were brutal. And with that Clem, he has done it. He has broken the back of Classic. Classic barely warping, and you see the base barely survives. He's holding on. Barely holding on. I'm still waiting for reinforcements. Does have a backup Colossus. Okay. Colossus has arrived. There's still another Viking. Classic trying to sneak out a 4th base. But again, he should never be able to expand. Shouldn't be able to. That's a kill, not a cancel. Killing the expansion, dives on the Colossus. And there are no Zealots, there's no Immortals, no follow-up, no backbone. GG gets called, and Clem, he will take the series 3-0. We'll take down Classic and make it to those playoffs. GG. GG, well played. A very impressive play there by Clem. I was most impressed by the opener. Remember, winding it back, it was a 1-1-1 proxy starport out of Clem. It was initially an economic a double gas opener into the proxy starport. With that, he was setting up for the Hellion drop into the main. But he got scouted. Remember, Classic, he scouted the drop, he scouted the starport, which means it was clear that it was going to be a drop into the main base. So what did he do? He walled off at the natural, and he rallied the entire army into the main, because that's what should be happening. But Clem knew he got scouted. He knew he got scouted, so what did he do? He did instead drop into the natural. Classic was out of position, probes went down. In the end, it was a successful opener out of Clem. From there, he defended against a counterattack, and Classic fell behind. He fell behind, he was down in workers, down in tech as well. Again, despite scouting what was happening, Clem, he still found damage. He still found damage, he still found a way. GG, impressive play there by Clem, and with that, he will claim the series. GG. I was most impressed by Classic in Game 2. Game 2, of course, on Persephone. It was very intense, very back and forth. Classic had his own moments where he was ahead, where he had a lead over Clem, so it did make for a great series, but in the end, Clem did take it. Congratulations. Congratulations to Clem, and a shout out to Classic for facing off against him and for holding his own in said series. GG. GG, well played. But with that, we are going to be wrapping up here for the broadcast, just catching up on the bracket itself. There we have our 3 matches that we did wrap up. For those that may be tuning in a little bit later, for those that are unaware, these are matches from DreamHack Dallas. This was from around 3 to 4 weeks ago, so it's been quite some time. Unfortunately, we never had time to catch up on these replays. We were just busy casting everything else, because it was DreamHack Dallas right into the EWC qualifiers, right into Star of Zagora, into RSL, into all the other events that we do cover on a regular basis. So we had no time or no free slot to actually go into these matches. Just now catching up here. Basically, we were live casting DreamHack Dallas. We were one of the side streams casting all 3 days, but during the group stage, despite us casting, despite the mainstream casting, there were so many matches happening at once, right? There were just so many matches happening at once, and a good portion of them never got casted, whether it was on our stream, or whether it was on the mainstream, or whether it was on Steadfast's stream. Steadfast was also a side stream as well at the time, but there were a lot of matches that never got broadcasted, so we're catching up on some of those matches that never got casted, or at least that we didn't cover ourselves either. So if you are interested in the playoffs and in the rest of DreamHack Dallas, we did the VODs are on YouTube. We did cast them live, of course, at the time, so it's all there on YouTube if you're interested. Otherwise, again, we're catching up on some of these uncovered matches from the group stage. These are group stage matches, best of 5s. And there are still 2 more to go, but we are going to be wrapping up for the time being. We're going to be concluding our coverage of these replays from the group stage tomorrow. It's going to be tomorrow, bam, as you can see on our schedule. Again, our schedule's quite jam-packed. As you can see here, we just wrapped up with our early morning broadcast, our Thursday cast in the morning of DreamHack Dallas replays. This evening at 7 p.m. KST, that is going to be in 5 hours. Ooh. So 5 hours time, we're going to be live with the podcast. That is our weekly talk show where we do, it's basically like a weekly recap show where we go over all the news of the week. I do have some catching up to do. There was an interview with Fear Dragon. So we're going to be discussing the interview with Fear Dragon, and we're going to be discussing the Star Zagora interviews as well. I know there was a PTR patch for StarCraft Evolution. What else was there? Actually, I can give you a teaser. Podcast. Topic list. Oh right, there was a podcast with Kalaris. He had a podcast with, I believe, Richard Lewis and Thorin, and they went over the state of StarCraft, so there was that as well. What else was there? There was an interview with Jumi, there was an interview with Basilisk and Shopify. A new event was announced, which is the Fusion Esports League. That is a big event happening in Poland, in Krakow. The qualifiers are next week. We're going to be all over that as well, of course. Catching up on the rest of the tournaments, catching up on Kung Fu Cup, the Yankee Show matches, OSC, Home Story Cup announcement as well. True, groups have been announced, and I can already say this, we have confirmation. You can actually see it on the schedule. Home Story Cup. We are going to be the B stream for Home Story Cup, casting it live here on the channel. You can see at 8 p.m. KST, 3 days. 3 days of Home Story Cup. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 3 days straight of Home Story Cup action. So that's going to be here on the channel as well. We're going to be alongside the main stream, of course. So we're going to be covering Home Story Cup. That's this weekend. And again, groups were announced, I want to say yesterday. Groups were announced. What else? EWC Global Qualifier, RSL Group Stage. Like, there's just a lot to talk about. So we're going to be going over all of that here tonight. I say all of that. There's a lot of interviews. I have 5 hours. I'm going to get some food, and I'm going to try to catch up and take notes on as much of this as I can. For all the interviews that we aren't able to catch up on, we'll push them back to next week. Push them back to next week. And then we can probably discuss them there. So that's going to be the plan. Here's going to be the can. Here's going to be the plan. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Otherwise, thank you for the support. We do appreciate it. With that, we are going to be wrapping up for the time being. And again, we're going to be live once again in around 5 hours time. Tomorrow, we're going to be back with the rest of the DreamHack Dallas replays. And we're also going to be casting some show matches as well. And of course, Home Story Cup. Jesus, I can't believe Home Story Cup. It's already here. It's already here, papi. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. Wait, just speaking of, I do have to message Baba. So I'm just reaching out regarding like assets for the stream, like assets, overlays, logos for Home Story Cup, just so we can have it all ready ahead of time, because again, it's a couple of days away. So very last minute, very last second, but it's all good. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We're going to be wrapping up, and we'll see you guys later on tonight or tomorrow for some more StarCraft. Hope you all have a great rest of your week, and I hope you all enjoy Home Story Cup, as Home Story Cup is over the weekend. It's going to be a lot of StarCraft here again. You thought that we could take a break after EWC, after DreamHack, after Star Zagora? No. The breaks, they do not stop. Home Story Cup, of course, and EWC is right around the corner as well. Esports World Cup, RSL playoffs, the 2v2 circuit as well. Epic Land is around the corner. There's a lot. There's a lot happening. But thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time for some more StarCraft. Stick around. We'll be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. So yeah, give them some love, give them some support. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Ciao, bye, ciao. Thanks for watching. See you next time.